XLR app, and disable OneDrive for 24 hours. Hey Emmerich Brandville, thanks for following.
Oh, thank you very much for the follow, Emmerich Brandville. We also had a two follows offline. We had Subotai and Castoride too. Thank you guys for the follows, and thanks for the giant, disgusting dog creature, Blavin. That's great. Thank you. Welcome in, Emmerich. Is this your first time here? Or have you been following the tournament? I'm Microsoft! There's a great introduction. I am currently waiting for Twitch to run its stupid start of stream ads and making sure that I have the game loaded and Rex loaded in. I do have one thing I think we're gonna watch before though. I might save it for partway through the stream. I haven't decided yet. Which is my team played my hockey team that I work for played in a game 7 last night. Been here a while ago. First time wanted to chill in a good while. Have a nice explosion. We have 3 sets we're going to cast. So I have 9 games that we're casting today, no matter what. We've got Plotter Ghost versus Volkorn Kex, Lighty versus Aladashek, and Plotter Ghost versus Arg. And the Lighty Aladashek and Plotter Ghost Arg sets both have huge implications for the grand finals. We're probably going to find out who our grand champion is, unless either Chopsticks... Well, I mean, Chopsticks could pull off something insane against Volkorn Kex, or vice versa. And Lighty would still have a decent shot too after today. So it is going to come down to the wire, but we could get a really good picture of how the grand finals are going to look by the end of the night. So it should be an exciting evening, at least in terms of bracket action. I hope you guys are excited too. The Twitch is going to run the ads. You guys think I should wait for partway through to run the game 7? Because if I run it at the beginning, give more time for people to come in, but also it doesn't look like AoE2, so people might just leave. I'm going to get the first set ready to go here either way.
I'm gonna go build my own
Rat Gang.
with blackjack and hookers. In fact, forget the
Rat Gang.
All right. Which are you gonna run this ad? You gonna run the ad? I can appear, I think, now. Yeah, that's working. You guys can sit with me for a minute here. I make sure everything is ready to go. Slaughter Ghost Volcorn Kex. Slaughter Ghost Volcorn Kex. Finally, the ads are running. All right. Sometimes it runs like 6 minutes at the beginning. Other times it takes 5 minutes and then it runs them. There's no rhyme or reason to it. I've tried messing with the settings as much as I can, and it's just still potato. Okay, we got the moves. Hey! Who did that? I'm watching. We back from the ads. Ads, we're back from the ads. All right. I'm going to save that video for later. We'll wait until some folks are here that might actually be interested. You guys want the AoE 2 start, I can tell, and I'm going to provide that. So first thing first, we are going to look at the bounty pools the players had. Hopefully. Maybe. I know, it's being funny. Oh, I know why. Maybe I don't know why. Is that running? Yeah, that's running. You heard potatoes. Stop. It's not it. Come on. Well, I don't know why the colors aren't being picked up. Yeah, this is appropriate potato moment, to be honest. My single button solving the problem is not solving the problem today. It's not like picking up on their colors, and I don't know why. Is it getting red in? Oh, I know why. It's good. I would have done the whole start of the game and then been like transitioned in and I would have had a black screen and been like, argh. So I noticed before. I had a power, I had some intermittent power. So I was waiting for that to go away, which it did. But I forgot to turn this back off and then on again. Off, on. Now it shall work. Behold, instant functionality. Lovely. All right, that should all be in order now. Yep. So Plotter Ghost has a mix. They both have a mix of bounties. Oh, these guys are comparable elos. I think they're both around 1600. Yeah. Plotter Ghost is 1591. Volcorn Kex 1659. Originally, these guys were both 8th and 9th in the opening group stage, and we were gonna have them play a playoff against each other to see who got the number 8 spot. But then one of the top 8 players, Smart Guy, had to drop out, unfortunately. So they both got it. They got lucky, but they stopped the play set against each other because that's how the brackets work out. So they could not escape each other, and we are going to see how they ended up dealing with each other right now. Plotter Ghost is going to go for Lazy Construction on his first attempt, the level 1 bounty. Entirely construct 1 castle with 1 villager and win. Volcorn Kex is going to go for Teutonic Scouting 3, have 60 scouts alive at time of victory as Teutons and win. And let us start. So Plotter Ghost here in the West, playing as the Spanish. A very common civilization to pick in this tournament. But this time he's going to be using the build bonus just to build the one castle, I guess. Volkor Kex in the east, playing as the Tatars. 60 scouts alive at time of victory as Teutons. Sir? Did I pick the wrong game? Did I pick the wrong game? Did I select the incorrect game? At this point, we have to check and see. Oh, you know what may have happened? Hold on. That's right. It's selected the wrong... One moment, guys. Because, okay, so they also played half of a set, and then Volkorn Kex PC potatoed and ruined. They basically had 2 ruined. So that's from their first set. Yeah, okay, you guys got to give me a second here. I have to think about how to do this. Bounty show match overlay.
Red Neil 314 has been drinking Rang juice for 9 months.
Thank you very much. I have to think about how the hell to do this. How am I going to fix this? Session ID equals that. Okay, so it has to be this code. I need that code to be replacing that code, and then it should work. I believe. Moderators, do not push the set bounty button. We might have to... I think that will do it. Yeah. Okay. I believe that is what happened. Okay, so at least I've noticed it right off the start. So that's my bad, guys. All right. Much better. Good job noticing I was already panic logged into my Twitch. I'm on the ball. Dude, Red Neil, I'm sorry I missed your prime. I was very focused on solving this problem because I had to think about how my own overlay was built. And this is why it's important that when you build shit with AI, you actually look at what it's doing and understand what it's doing. Even if you can't read all the code, which I actually sort of almost can because I've done this, what I just said so much. But... like, I know enough that I'll be able to spot a difference in the pattern of the code and be like, hey, that's not indented properly, or that is, for like, not a thing that's being referenced. I'm at that stage, but I'm not at the... I can't just sit there and pound code out. But I do... it's so important to understand what's happening so you can actually diagnose and fix a problem like that. Because if I was just YOLOing that, if I completely vibe coded that, I would have had no fucking idea how to fix that. We would have just been stuck. So now I'm also justifying all the extra time and effort that I put into understanding what I was doing instead of just completely vibe coding. I'm feeling much better about that. I actually feel like a wave of relief. I don't know if you can use... I've been thinking about switching back to the face cam. You guys could tell I'm like flushed with like the amount of time and effort I've put into thinking that like this is so stupid. Why am I doing this? There's no point. And just being like, nope, it's going to pay off, knowing under how shit will, and it keep does. It has so many times. Dude, you guys should see the thing I'm working on for Bot Bro. I'm so off topic. We got to bring it back here. All right, focus in, lock in, fucking lock the fuck in. I'm also still kind of jacked up from last night. I really want to talk about the hockey game, and I'm going to be struggling not to do that this whole stream. Is some of the best hockey. There's an 8-minute highlight reel I'm going to show, I don't know, probably after the set. We'll save it for after the set. It was one of the largest crowds I've ever announced to, and my arena is like tiny. I literally was squeezing past people to get to... Okay, I have to stop. Plotter Ghost here is going to lure in some more. He is going for... His name's Greg, which is the same bounty he was going for in the first thing that he got, which is extra confusing. But this time he's actually going for the level 2 version. So that's good. Entirely construct at least one castle with one villager named Greg within line of sight of the opponent. So it is a step harder. And I clarified it to say within line of sight of an opponent's building or trapped unit and win. So if you trap a unit, so that the only clarification we need is if you trap a unit and then you put the castle foundation down and then they delete the unit, you're good. As long as the unit was trapped when the foundation went down, you're fine. All right. So it is obvious. I feel like that's about as difficult as putting it down in line of sight of an opponent's building. You might get lucky if they put some forward buildings down, but that's a pretty big thing to hope for, and you still have to build it with one bill. So that's why we've got the Spanish selection here for Plotter Ghost. Volkorn Kex in the east. We can finally lock in on why he chose the Tatars. So he has to collect one stone from every pile on the map. He has not done this pile yet. I don't think he's gone on his stone journey yet. So where are all of the stone piles here? So there's one here. There should be one up north, I think, somewhere. He's got forward one there, and then where are Volkorn Kex? His are both forwards. That's really lucky. So there should be one other stone pile somewhere, and I'm missing it. Stone. There he is, up north. Top of the map. So we got to keep an eye on, we're going to call him Jeff. Why is this named Jeff Strategy? I don't know, Jeff. Because you really like getting stone. Right. That's not what I want to be known for, man. I'm a gator. I'm a wizard. I got spider legs. You know, I got a personality. Right. Sure you do, Jeff. Sure you do. That sounds like sarcasm. It definitely is. Fuck you, Grant. Yep. Thanks, Jeff, for that interlude. Ah, we have a stoner. We've got our stoner. Now, it doesn't have to be the same villager, and he doesn't have to drop off. I'm guessing he got one from here, too. He hasn't done that one yet. We might have to go back and watch Jeff's journey. We're going to go back and watch Jeff's journey. We got to go back and watch Jeff's journey. Where did Jeff come from? Where did he go? Cotton Eye Joe. Is that the first stone he gets? This is Jeff's journey. All right. He just came forward. We didn't miss much. He does only have 20 health, and he's approaching a bear, though. And hit the bongos. He's got the hill. Will it be enough? All right. No, we're right there. Hold on, I want to see. Well, Blue knew that was there. He doesn't know about the other one, though. Up north. Not found that one yet. And he did not. Did he get this one? No. But he has one of the 2 forward stones collected, as well as the cornerstone. But he's going to lose that Vil. That's unsurprising. For Volkorn Kex, that's probably worth it as part of the bounty. Because that pile should be easy, this pile should be easy, and this pile should all be easy. There's only one tough one left. And again, you don't have to drop it off, you just have to collect it. And the Vil definitely collected it. That stone is now actually disappeared off the map with the death of the Vil. You can't get it back. I think if you kill a Vil carrying resources, you should get those resources or some portion of them. That might be too OP and make snowballing worse though. Early morning gamba, early morning gamba. Will there be a bounty claim in this game? Go ahead and get your points in. Nice to see everybody. Like Vikings, but more logical. Yeah, not fighting when you... Not getting gold when you fight, or whatever.
Yeah, well, I'm gonna go build my own.
Stone pile at home
With
for stoners
blackjack and
to
hookers.
collect some
In
stone
fact,
kappa.
Forget the...
Tried to drink it, I got
Stone
ice
pile
cube.
at home for stoners to collect some stone kappa.
Steve, your timing's terrible. I missed the stoner. I do. We missed another Jeff. Oh, we got one from the other one too. It looks like. Did we go up here as well? This one is still unmined. So I'm guessing that came from this. Alright. So we went and got that one. What about this one? Is this good? We done this one yet? Alright, we've got one stone pile left to claim, and Volk just found it. So off goes Jeff. That will be a stone from every pile. Because he got that one. He got that one. He got that one. He got this one. And he's going to go get that one. And he has this one. So as soon as he hits that stone one time, his bounty conditions are full. But he does have 3 scouts from Plotter Ghost running around poking at him. Yo, Friday Films. Probably the best scouting I've done by minute 14. Bounties really push certain skills. Yeah, they make you focus on one aspect of your game. Like, no, you're going to be a person who produces... Yellow's probably like, why are there villagers everywhere? I'd be thinking you're doing the wall bounty. If I kept finding vills all over the place, I wouldn't be expecting this bounty. I think this is only the second time or third time that someone's done this one. With how low the points are looking in the second group stage, like currently the number 2 spot is being held at 7 points. Number 1, I think, is 23 from Togawa Sakikoi, who had a clean sweep on Chopsticks. Something that sounds like Chopsticks got just destroyed, but it was like a remarkably close set. Bounties made me drop 200 elo. Okay, so someone's had the opposite experience. You're not spamming militia in Dark Age enough. Clearly that's the problem. And Volk's trying to take a decent engagement against the scouts and manages to get one. But Yellow's got a little potato base going. Some nice walling there, actually. The big fat wood line helping out. And the scouts, though, scouts can dive TCs pretty matter-of-factly. So that's, you got to keep that. It was better when it was jammed up with vills and had a spear standing in the middle of it. Yeah. The spear is doing more to keep that away, I think, than the garrison town center. So blue does keep losing scouts.
Salam.
And Volkorn Kex is going for a banana-shaped base. Even though his opponent's... Maybe he's got his opponent's base on the brain. Like, my opponent's yellow, so I will build a banana. And thus... Like, just looking at the yellow, he's like, I want to eat a banana. I had a banana on a blueberry bagel yesterday. peanut butter. It was quite good. Apparently, I'm an open book. You're just very easy to influence. If he was red, your base would be apple shaped. Or tomato. Is that a bounty? Draw a fruit the color of your opponent's units. Oh, man. We need more draw things with palisades and stuff in the middle of the map bounties. The problem is that looks like disrespect to the opponent. That's why I'm not a huge fan of doing those ones on the rank ladder. It's nice to see it in the tournament, though. We should have had more drawing stuff in the tournament.
Tissue Popper Cat Matt has been consuming brand juice for 73 long months. They say I found an old soundbar and fitted it to my PC. Now you are super loud.
Yo, Tissue Paper Cat Man, thank you very much. And welcome in. I forget what the heck I was going to say. I was in the middle of talking about something. About fruits and Age of Empires 2. I forget that. The tier 3 sub just evaporated my train of thought. Good to see you, man. Doing the crab dance. I jiggled my head around. All the neurons got scrambled.
Tissue Popper Cat Matt just made all of the channel point redeems cost 1 point.
That's why that was the real reason he tier 3 subbed. He just wanted to set off the memes. It all makes sense now. Now I understand why.
Guys, have you seen the Rat?
The Knights are trying to break in.
Rat gang? Gang Rat.
Believe it or not, Jay, by the way.
I always mix that name.
Fish fruits need some Harvard.
This femur, Gang Rat.
Believe it or not, Jay, right away.
Gang Rat. Rat Wang.
Decided to make sure that our dead were completely dead.
Yeah, well, I'm gonna go build my own.
The tar players making cav archers.
In fact, forget the
1 point memes. Marquis says 1 point memes.
Jesus. How's that on your sound bar?
Wow. Groundbreaking. What's next? 0.5 points.
Fish fruits don't need some Harvard doctor to tell us who's alive and who's dead. What the heck? Decided to make sure that our dead were completely dead.
Alan!
Out of kindness.
What?
Another one.
What'd you guys say? I couldn't. What? Knights are attacking cav archers.
And another one.
Surprise, the Spanish player went Knights instead of Conks off the gate. And the Tatar player has gone cav archers. Tatar player has 10 villas back. Spanish has 3 TCs. And here we are. Tatar player needs 2 town centers right away to stay in the game. Tom Green, Kenny versus Benny, Pink Guy, Samwise, Ramji memes draw. Oh my god. Dude, I'm just gonna sticky note your entire freaking comment. I don't know what to tell you, Friday Films, but it's coming. That's like not even a good... That's like a legit complaint that I kind of agree with. Let's go on so the sticky notes I take, if it's on a sticky note, basically, Friday Films, it gets done. I have shit that sometimes a sticky note will be 2 years old and I'll look at it and be like, oh yeah, and I'll go and do it. But eventually it gets done no matter what. It's like this absolutely must fucking be done thing if it's in my sticky notes. Occasionally I remove them if I have already done something like that or it stops being relevant, but almost never. So I take that shit seriously. Now ask your neighbors if they enjoyed me. I have headphones on today. Sticky note, scratch my butt. I'm kind of nervous that that didn't work. It should work for VIPs and it's not. Anyways, I can't wait to think about this game. No, we're not allowed to think about the game. I mean, Volcorn Kex has all 3 sets yet to play. So if he pulls, he could get... Imagine if he gets like 10 points here. That's conceivable. Even like 8 points here. So this could be a huge set for the tournament. All right? Show some respect. What am I saying? It's my channel. You guys do whatever you want. Have explosion. Knight's gonna kill these. There's been so many instances while all this has been happening where it's been like the Knights have gotten close to the Cav Archers and Volcorn Kex just pulls them back. KD's even at 12-11. Eco KD's relatively even 3-2. But Volk's got 20 less Vols. It took too long to add the extra TCs. Way too long. Look at all the food he's floating. That should have been second town centers faster. At this point, he would need to add a 4th TC, maybe? Or you just try to go Imp and hope that the Imp spike can help you hold. Maybe add in camels? Stop making Cav Archers. Start making camels, maybe. Sticky note, scratch my butt. I'm not scratching your butt, Tissue. Tissue, how was, I think it's the first time I've seen you since, Red Bull, man. How you doing? You enjoy the trip? You guys wait, after, maybe we'll do it after this game now. After this game, I will show you the game 7 that I was at yesterday, that I worked. I'm not even gonna, I'm trying so hard not to talk about it a whole bunch so that I can talk about it when I'm doing that, but like, Samwise Gamgee potatoes. There's that and there's Ramwise Gamgee, don't forget. I need to make an emote with a Sam on a ram. Red Bull was some ways much better than I expected, but not what I thought. Interesting. AoE was exceptional, but the social scene wasn't there. Interesting. Well, Volcorn Kex has got to run from the Knights. He can't afford to lose too many Cav Archers. That was a pretty decent fight against the Scorpions, but now he knows that Plotter Ghost is adding them. The logical add here is either his own Knights, a ton of light Cav or Camels, but can't stick with just Cav Archers, I don't think, unless he's really diligent about sniping Scorpions. Especially now you see 2... I might even be thinking, oh, maybe he's doing a Scorpion bounty and the Spanish was like a trick. No sign of the Greg Castle from Plotter Ghost. So Volcorn Kex, remember, has his bounty condition fulfilled. So if he manages to win the game, he will get 2 points. Both players went with low-level and mid-level bounties, I think, I think they wanted to try and get some points early. And then if they manage to get some, maybe play more risky after. Like I said, with second place currently being held at 7 points on the leaderboard, every point matters. And we got some AI army happening from Plotter Ghost, making this a worse fight than it would otherwise be. And Volcorn Kex picked off a bunch of those Stonevilles. And the Knights are going to split the Cav Archers. This is a terrible fight for Volcorn Kex. Knights getting tons of damage on the Cav Archers. That was absolutely atrocious. Volcorn needs every Cav Archer alive. The longer the more Cav Archers he loses, the less likely it is he's going to be able to make the snowball happen. He was getting close, too. If he gets up to like 40 with ballistics, it's like... really tough to counter until you have like Cavalier and or something and a ton of Scorpions. But yeah, you can see this is, I think, a little bit because Volcorn Kex, well, now he feels like he can win that fight, but the Scorpions will make this terrible. He's such low HP on the Cav Archers. He goes back. Final in the room was electric, or a tissue paper Cav Mat t-shirt, no friends. That's sad. Was it just because there was too many people? Or was there no physical place for interacting other than watching? That might have done it too. Supposedly, it had the most according to the esports charts, it looks like it had the most viewers of anything in the past, whatever, 10 years for new records for AoE 2, which is, I kind of like... I still think they're undercounting from certain years, because now they count all the alternate language broadcasts and all the different platforms, and back then, I believe one of the hidden cups hit like fucking 100k on Twitch. Like and there weren't other platforms being counted. So it was probably way higher than that. So I feel like some of the old stats are underreported. But that's kind of like what I think. One of the Red Bulls, like I remember someone talking about the math they did, and they said with all of the alternate language broadcasts it was over 250,000. But then I don't see any stats anywhere that reflect that, and I can't even find the thing that said that. So I don't know, man. I doubt my own memories at this point. But yeah, I feel like they're underreporting old stats. I still think that. The event went so long the bars closed. Oh man. Yeah, and it was a holiday Monday. Jesus, Friday films. Who's your NHL squad? The Toronto Maple Leafs. Mango is the social seed. Sounds like a fucking Fall Out Boy song title. Sorry on both accounts. I think that's... Dude, I don't... Okay, whatever. I'm not... Hey, I'm just gonna focus on the game here. Where's the castle going down? That is not in view, and it's also not with one villager. So Plottergo still hasn't made his Greg castle here.
And it's gone.
More knights for the Spanish player. Volcorn Kex is playing a lot cleaner here. I'm glad he added the camels while we were gabbing on about garbage. The scorpions are approaching. And maybe I'm going to ignore chat for the rest of this game. Light Cav coming out from Plotter Ghost to... Why Light Cav? He's like, maybe just seeing I have lots of food. I might need some hussars. Be nice to see Heavy Scorpion. Do they get Heavy Scorp the Spanish? They don't. Oh, see, I had no idea. I've never personally... I don't think you would ever need a situation where you would go heavy. You would just add conks or hand cannons. In most situations, you'd use scorpions. Maybe except against cav archers. But then if you're the Spanish, you should probably be going hussars against... or as we've seen before, just friggin' Supremacy Vills. Seems to work surprisingly good because it requires too much micro from the cav archers. At least until they snowball. Although 33 Tatar cav archers, he's kind of already most of the way there to a nice solid snowball. Plotter Ghost needs to add skirms, maybe. Skirms? Bombards? Maybe bombards would do it. We'll see how they how these do. Nice micro there with Volcorn Kex taking some cav archers, but he was... I don't know what his cav archers were shooting at, not the scorpions. Scorpions aren't really getting a ton of damage, it doesn't feel like. Yeah, and the camels need to engage those. Cavalier came in for Plotterghost, and he went out and sniped the trebuchets coming out from the Tatar player. The Treb fight happening up north here. Army still looks pretty good for both players, although in favor of Volkor and Kex. He didn't really lose too many camels against the Scorpions, and he didn't lose too many Cav Archers against the Cavaliers, so... He needs heavy Cav Archers. Got to be the next upgrade for Volk. He already has heavy camel. I think it's got to be... or he makes a full transition to camels right now. Would also work. The logical switch here for Plotterghost is Hussar Halb. Go trash, I think. Maybe like Halb or Hussar Halb Ram, something like that. I think he goes full trash. Could try Paladin, but that's scary. I feel like you just lose against this with Paladin. You could go Halb and Paladin and mix in Rams. I kind of like that. Would you go, Chad? The Tar matchup here is pretty good on this army. Should win. See, that's a lot of light cav, though. Cavalier just got destroyed. Nope. He's out of his meat shield, though. If he's not careful, he'll get overwhelmed by light cav. Hussar's going to kick in a second, too. Still's got 30 heavy cav archers up. Heavy cav archer? Still not heavy cav archer. He needs heavy cav archer. He's so much gold. Make something. Make something. Make something. Not making anything. Ville's walking across the map to punch the trebuchets down. Lots of the Scorps are dead. There's still 30 cav archers. Bombard's out now from Plotterghost. And that one got sniped lickety-split. And Plotterghost is going to make 40 Hussar. 40 Hussar in the queue. And heavy camel to switch in for Volk. Kept enough of his cav archers alive that he's fine. He just needs meat. Needs to stick something in front of them that can deal with what Plotterghost is making here. Heavy camel switch for a while now would have won the game. Full heavy camel. Because Plotterghost is not making Halbs. Yeah, now he's going full heavy camel. He might have realized it. He has enough cav archers alive. He can get away with it. Still no heavy cav, though. No heavy cav archer. Could still go either way, this one. There's a lot of both players have a lot of gold banked up. Relic count is even 2 apiece. Spanish miss Parthian tactics, but are fully upgraded cav archers other than that. But, I mean, Parthian's pretty good. You don't want to go up against... You get the extra 2 pierce armor, right? Yeah. Plus, the opponent has heavy camels. This is... Again, this is why I wanted the Halbs a while ago. We see a sprinkling of them now coming out. Their spears. And the pike switch coming in. Plotterghost knows what he needs. And what he needs is like 9 barracks. Ooh, and we had this castle down here sort of get denied. This... And that's not going to be a Greg castle. It got built by more than one Ville, just for the record. That's only the second castle that Plotterghost went for. I don't think he's going to get it. Even if he wins the game, Plotter, I don't really see him managing to pull this off. Maybe if he sneaks a castle up in the back. He is raiding right now. Some few Hussars have broken into the back of Volkor and Kek's base, and he hasn't noticed. They do a lot of damage. Volk doesn't have tons of Vills and is behind in res collected. He does notice. Trebuchet is hitting the TC. Should be shooting the castle. There you go. I think one of them is catching a bit of the hill. I think one of the Trebs is catching a bit of the hill there. Maybe this one too. Oh, those are gonna die. Maybe not, actually. Plotter Ghost kind of gave away the pikeman switch. He needs rams to be mixed in with them. You could just go Hussar too, but I'd like to see rams because they'll soak shots from the cav archers and help deal with the trebuchets. And also because they have so much HP, especially if he gets the siege ram, the camels will actually struggle with them around too. They'll do not very much damage to the rams either. Does need to stop feeding, yeah. If you could do this with like 40 hussars, it would work. Plotter Ghost has had more pop for a while, more vills, but has really had no momentum. Conscription's coming in, that'll help a bit. If it makes it. It'll come in. Conscription will make it for Plotter Ghost. That'll help with production, but which he'll need because he's down to 15 army. He just threw a bunch of army into the cav archers again. There's a few hussars that are kind of like poking in here and there from Plotter Ghost. A few spots. We're still feeding the almighty cav archer machine. There's less of them here, though. Well, no, there's still like around... There's been around 30 cav archers for a good portion of the game. At some point, he snuck in heavy cav archer, too. The castle will go down. What he's missing is rams. Did he lose his relics? No, he's still got the relics for now. But he's very low on gold, so Halberdier ain't coming. This might be GG. Volkorn Kex might be about to claim a bounty, the first bounty in the set in the first game. As it's fallen apart here for Plotter Ghost. Vilkon is still strong, production's still looking good. But it's getting harder and harder to hold back the army from just hitting villagers everywhere now. The cav archer kill count up to 140 for these 30 cav archers. 140, approaching 150 kills on that group of 33 cav archers is ridiculous. What is the bounty, Emmerich? Blue has collect 1 stone from every stone pile on the map and win. He did that quite a bit earlier. Plotter Ghost has to build a castle in line of sight of an opponent's trapped unit or a building. And that's what I mean, is I don't think he's going to do that. He might finally get a wrap on the cav archers here. He's going to focus the trebs down. He should have taken the cav archers out. He had the numbers to actually like do serious damage to the cav archers there, and instead he focused the trebs, and he only even got, I think, 2. Yeah, he only got 2 of them, so... Maybe Onager? I don't even know. Or like 4 bombard cannons. I go back to him needing rams to soak shots. So Emmerich, both players have a different challenge. They don't know what the other person's challenge is unless they can figure it out. They pick from a pool of 6, and then they play a play all 3 set. And there's like a kind of like a league that they're all in. And the top 2 players go to the finals. We're in the second stage. We had started with 40, and we narrowed it down to 8. Now we've got 8, and we're going to narrow it down to 2. And then 3rd and 4th will play for 3rd place. So there's like 5 sets left after this for the group stage. So I got 8 games to cast after this game. Today. And Volkorn Kex manages to hold against the little bit of momentum that Plotter Ghost was gaining there. But Plotter Ghost is still massing a pretty decent army. He's got up to 30 hussars and 10 pikemen. If you can get them all in the same spot doing stuff at the same time, it would definitely help. And Volkorn Kex is going to add his own hussars here. And that's going to kick in partway through this fight. That's looking a lot better. Plotter Ghost starting to turn the biscuit on this one. I don't think that's a term. I just made it up. Yeah, Plotter Ghost has 100 farmers. 123 farms, and 100 of them actually being farmed. Volk has 60, which is, you know, not bad, but it's not 100. Plotter Ghost is going to go all Hussars here. It's the only unit he's making right now. He's got one bombard cannon poking at that castle. Blue should raid, says Vitus on YouTube. I kind of agree. Counter raiding sounds like a great idea right now. Take some pressure off and get his units running around his own base again. He has more units. He might be worried about losing the cav archers if he does that, though. Needs to get that bombard. Ooh, 2 bombards now. One of them gets sniped. That, I think, might have been worth it. Put him in the castle. Brother. Pop him in the castle. He might have wanted the DPS, pardon me. Well, he won that fight, so what do I know? Another bombard goes down. Those are really expensive when you have no gold left on the map. You're relying on relics or selling. Plotter Ghost did go out and get those 2 relics he lost from that monastery. There's one sitting there. There's the 3rd relic sitting there. And a nasty fight here over this castle. The hill really helping the Tatar hill bonus factoring in. And where is it? Units deal 25% extra damage when fighting from higher elevation. So anytime that he catches a bit of hill with any of those, makes a huge difference. Trebs are just dishing it out on the buildings here, for instance. Plotter Ghost is up to 160. Did he get? He doesn't have supremacy yet, but that's feeling like where he's going with this. It's too bad he doesn't have more TCs. He could put a whole bunch down if he felt like it. And go Supremacy Vills. He doesn't have enough for he doesn't have a castle anymore. And pushed right back. It's kind of astonishing that he still has as much defended eco as he does. This is a hell of a game. I figured we'd see more as we progressed because of how low the point scoring has been for the number 2 spot. I thought we would start seeing more dog fights like this. Where players are trying to eck out even like just 1 point and not let the other person even claim a bounty. Do whatever they can. Plotter Ghost will have no idea what Volkor Kek's bounty is or even if he's going. It's going to feel like he's not even doing one at this point. Oh, good call, Telford. We've got a Greg. We've got a Greg, guys. That's right. Her name's Greg. She's a castle technician. No, don't help. She's a castle technician. Her name's Greg. Yeah. Her name's Greg. Yeah. That's never mind. Never mind. The rating is ratifying. Look, Siglaw Mike. Greg is more about it being in a state of mind. It's not really like a name. It's more like a identity, you know? Like calling yourself an engineer. You're calling yourself a Greg. There we go. I got it, Tissue. I got it. Well, I mean, the fight looked kind of like it was going to swing all the way in favor of Volkhorn Cax. Blue started raiding, just like Vitus suggested. Plotter Ghost is... I think he was going to try and go for... What if he... Imagine if he got that castle up. That's a shame. The Greg castle getting denied. I was pretty excited for that. I thought we were gonna get it. This is a hell of a fight. I keep thinking that Plotter Ghost is dead, and then he shows up with another 20 Hussar and pushes Volkorn Kex back again. He still has some... He's raiding with some of the pikemen he made, and he's adding some TCs down south. So he's gonna grab some res. There's even some stone there. Ooh. Ooh, he can make another attempt at the bounty. I was about to call it GG. I was getting close to being like, yeah, this might be over, but I think I might have even said it. Plotter Ghost proving me wrong. Oh, the army count once again is dipped very, very low. And now the Hussar are going to come in for a raid with nothing to stop them. But Plotter Ghost has 5 TCs to make Vills from. And 2 of them are away from where all the problems are happening. So he's clinging to a Vil lead, or clinging to a over 100 Vil count. The 67 army though to 5. And Plotter Ghost calls the GG, and Volkorn Kex is going to get a bounty claimed. That gets him 1 point for Jeff's strategy. Collect at least 1 stone from every stone pile on the map and win. Which he pulled off in like mid Castle Age. Very early in the game he started going out and getting the stone. Alright, we have to go even further back. Further back. He did this very early on. There he is. He went out and got stone. At this point he'd already gotten it, I think, from every stone pile. Yeah, he got that stone. So Volkorn Kex getting a nice bounty claimed in game 1 here. And let's look at the final stats. 120. That's a huge res collected lead for Plotter Ghost. 25k. The KD is also insane for Volkorn Kex though. 900. What is that? 893. Like what is that? That's like 500. What 400 difference in KD is ridiculous. That's crazy. Eco KD though 153 to 38. Comparable Eco KD behind that's kind of funny. Now I see what Volkorn Kex was going for. It all makes sense now. Yep, they both went out and got 2 relics, and the third one kind of sat there most of the time. Very even play. Super even players. Should make for a good game 2 and game 3 here.
Nice.
Back to the draft. Let's see what they do for game 2. And Plotter Ghost used a refresh and is going for clean victory. Win with 30 janitors or elite janitors alive at time of victory. Volkorn Kex is also going for they both went for level 1 bounties this time. Archers suck for Volkorn Kex. Win is Spanish or Bulgarians with 20-foot archers alive at time of victory. Surprised they're not going for higher point bounties. They probably want to... Maybe they're seeing this as a chance to actually win and get extra points, and they don't want to throw it away completely by trying something too difficult. I'm gonna wait a minute. Yeah, we're gonna wait a minute before we start so the ads can run. They just started as I was about to start. You could use this UK bounty commercial. All right, hold on. Give me a second here.
You know I'm waiting, just anticipating.
The pure taste of coconut.
But while I'm waiting,
Bounty is moist, tender coconut.
try a little tenderness.
Drenched in a sea of chocolate.
Try a little tenderness.
Discover taste of paradise.
Sure, with that. Sure. Whatever. We'll take it. I hope that explains a thing or two about the bounties. Here, we got time to run an actual explanation while we wait for the ads to finish. If this is your first time on the channel, is this you? Well, good news, Jimmy, because I've got an explanation that shows you exactly how this channel works. All you gotta do is click down here on Wheeler's Sack. Scroll through the list of available memes, pick the one you want to see pop up on screen, and click. And you can react to whatever's happening on screen. Isn't that great, Jimmy? But wait, there's more. No, actually, no, that's about it. Memes by Grathrang. All right, we're back. We're back. Clean victory and archers suck. Hopefully Plotter Ghost remembers to pick the Berbers. Okay, he did. It helps if I push the scene change button. There we go. The Plotter Ghost here in the Northeast playing as the Berbers, going for clean victory. He has to make... Come on. Come on. Oh, I did it. I shouldn't have pushed the button. Do I still have it copy and pasted? I might have broke it. No, it's still doing it. It should be showing it. Why aren't you playing the thing? Did I push the wrong button? What? One moment, please. We are experiencing technical difficulties. Bam, 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 bam. Bam, 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 bam. Bam, bam, bam. Why is it doing this? Do. It looks like it's showing up. Current bounties. What? Is this the wrong thing again? Is it the wrong one again? Yep.
Alan!
I think I fixed it. But how do I progress the games? Okay, it does it by itself. That's nice. All right, there we go. Can I remove that from the dashboard and then that'll just be fixed? Remove their other game. Delete. Can I delete this? Reset? No. Okay, I'm gonna have to add a thing for that sticky note. All right, thank you. All right, let me catch up with chat here and get back on track. Refresh this. Ay. Archers suck for Volkorn Kex in the south. He's chosen Bulgarian, so he has two choices for his civilization. There's two civs in the game that don't get crossbow. Is there a third now? There might be a third now. Either way, the bounty says archers suck. Win as Spanish Bulgarians with 20-foot archers alive at time of victory. That's not unreasonable to do at almost any stage of the game. You can pull that off in Feudal Age, just with a Feudal Age all in. They'll retain their usefulness in like early to mid Castle Age and even later on for sniping and pikemen and spears. If you go with knights as a follow-up. And in Imp, it won't, once you get to late game, it won't, 20 pop is the least amount of pop that would affect you, and you can maybe even go around and stick them in towers or something and get use out of them still that way. So not one of the worst bounties to do. However, Plotter Ghost's bounties, when with 30 plus elite Genitors or Genitors alive at time of victory, directly counters that, as the Genitors basically are mounted skirmishers, so they have additional pierce armor and they do additional bonus damage to ranged units. So Plotter Ghost's bounty is a counter bounty to this bounty. Now the players won't know that, but they might be able to figure it out. Yeah, Spanish had already been used in game 1, so Volkorn Kex was forced to use Bulgarians this time. I have a civ tracking thing, and we haven't used it once all tournament. Because it's barely come up. But the rule for civ picking is hidden civ, no repeat civ. So they don't know what the other opponent's picking, and once you use a civ, you can't use it again. Neither player. Picks are global. So once someone uses Spanish, that's it for the rest of the set. And it's given us decent civ variety and forced some strategic picking. It has meant that we've seen a lot of Spanish, but I think we were going to see that no matter what. But it means that we see usually a one Spanish pick per set, as opposed to what probably would have been 3 to 4. So it does. There's a, I might have to rethink how that's done for the next one. I got so much stuff happening right now in the next few months, man. It's kind of crazy. I'm finally gonna have to move, guys. The house is sold. I am looking for a new residence as we speak. Well, I guess not as we speak, because I'm casting right now, but... So that'll be an adventure. Hopefully not too much of an adventure. And what else? Building a whole huge system for Bot Brawl and all the affiliate events, because there's other events that are starting to pop up, and we want to help them succeed and keep like the quality of combat robots across the country high and help make it improve faster. So we have like a whole huge thing that we're planning to do that with. And what the hell, that involves a ton of work in the next like month and a half from me. There's a Bot Brawl event happening in a month, and there's a fucking league happening 3 weeks after that. What the hell else is happening in the next, like... Ideally at some point I start and or find a job. Although I think I'm I don't know. Next year, if I find another hockey team for next season, I'll be fine. It's less dire than I thought. Bots with spider legs. I was gonna build a robot. Wanted to build a robot. I want to set up for the next stream or the next tournament after this one. Spear coming to join in the Men-at-Arms from Volkorn Kex, beating on Plotter Ghost's stable here. Plotter Ghost has 4 scouts, and he's not making another one yet. I think he'd be better off adding some skirms at this point. And he is going to add a range. Yeah, that's good. That's a good call. It'd be nice if it was a bit further out, but he probably doesn't want to risk these guys coming around. What he can't do is let this get in. Even if you have to send 4 vills out to repair that, that can't get in until you have 3 skirms. And you don't want to lose that stable. I really like the decision to go forwards with the scouts. Lavin has spider legs. Like, man, get... Oh, man, get that. Keep the spider legs where I can see them. Prioritize the spear. Oh, you gotta prioritize the spear here. Too much damage output. You'll still win the fight. But now that they see, this is why. There's another spear joining. If you surround that first spear, you maybe take 2 hits, and then you have enough to deal with the second spear and still apply pressure there. Little stuff like that matters, man. That piles up. If Plotter Ghost gets in with the scouts and he pushes Volcorn off of gold and then comes around and hits the wood, compared to just getting pushed back like there, like those little moments, what makes the difference between low and high elo, guys. So Plotter Ghost, if you're watching this, like try to win those feudal fights. There's a lot going on, but if you wanted to pick a thing to improve at, there's like a huge moment for you. It looks like a consequential moment, but again, imagine if he still has 4 scouts and he's cleared that spear and that archer and those archers, and now he can't take gold and you're pushing his wood. It's just such a different game. Now, Volcorn Kex arguably makes a little bit of a mistake, and he sent the spear forwards with the archers. I guess he really wants to try to break in, but I think I would have probably just kept the spear back and waited till I had 3 or 4 archers to send forwards. Does he have fletching? Yeah, then pick up fletching before you send more archers forward. Hi, Elo is alive, Maxime. Good to see you. Spanish have to be the most used civ. Oh, yeah. I don't even need to look at the stats on that one. Building bounties, trading bounties, the villager-only bounties. No, we've seen tons and tons of Spanish. There's also a lot of bounties where it's just such a nice power spike to have the conquistadors. You do a fast castle, and it's one of the best civs to do a fast castle into a unique unit with. You got high damage output and range. Pretty tough to beat. Yeah. I wonder if he'll catch the scouts here. Looks like it. Nope. Water Ghost gets a little lucky. Wants the scouts to stay alive so he can have something with his skirms, because he's got 6 of them now. Where are the 6 skirmishers? Are they in there? Where are the 6 skirms? Ah. There they are. Good to see you, by the way, Mega died. Why doesn't... Wait. If you host $800 tournaments with bounties and memes and great casting, why do you only get 40 viewers? I don't know. I don't know what to tell you. I don't really... I don't want to say I don't care, but I don't really think about it. As long as I have enough to do the tournament and do the stream, I don't need more than that. I have viewers turned off. My point is that your stream is underrated, friend. I appreciate that. Needs... Well, he doesn't need anything. Why doesn't he have fletching? Nah, he needs fletching. Why no fletching? The no fletching is bothering me for Volcorn Kex. Look at the bounty you're doing. Get fletching. Not a good time during the work week for Europeans. Okay. Right now I'm doing it. I don't know. It's all doing it at that time also is not good because then nobody will watch because there's other streams on that people want to watch. I couldn't run during Red Bull. That's a death sentence. And confusingly enough, something like 68% of the viewers are American. So they just don't seem to sign up. We can look at the stats at some point if you guys want. That's fine. Things I could do to be more successful would be to be regularly producing shorts content for YouTube would probably be the #1 thing that I could do. But my #1 priority is doing this and continuing to enjoy it, not turning it into work and making it not fun. And I already have done that a bunch anyways. I like working on things that I enjoy, so it feels less like work. But making shorts content just to try to grow feels... Also, I don't know, I feel gross doing any kind of advertising and marketing ever. Like, how do I put this? I started this stream to get good at production stuff for the Fighting Robot League. That was the whole point. I accomplished the hell out of that. And now I do it because I enjoy doing it. So I only do things I enjoy. I enjoy this. I enjoy this concept for show matches, so I hosted a whole tournament of it. What I really wanted was just a whole bunch of bounties in a row without having to set it up each time. So I could just cast a whole bunch of it back to back to back to back. Longsword getting whittled away by the Scarabs. And that's, for me, the main appeal for the tournament. Is like I can just sit down and have like 9 to 20 games or whatever to cast in a day. And it's all like my favorite type of game, which is the bounties. And then it's also new and different, which helps with me not getting burnt out on the game show aspect. Because now I can go back to that when I'm after this at some point, and it'll feel different still. And I was streaming 300 hours a week, or 300 hours a week, 300 hours a month at one point. I think the most was like 360 or 350 or something in a month. Which, like, if you do the math, that's obscene. That's like 90-hour work weeks almost. Stream for 10 hours a day. Every day. 12 hours a day. 2 or 3 other of the days out of the week, too. Nights are a much better answer to the skirms than the longswords were. That'll give Volcorn and Kex back some control early on. Both players 3 TC booming. Plotter Ghost with one way out on the outside here, but it would give him control of a neutral stone and a relic, so that's kind of nice. But he did have a stone right there he could have built a TC on, so maybe he just wanted something safe. No sign of the janitors yet from Plotter Ghost. And Volcorn Kex has a dozen archers, which he's keeping back. So both players content to kind of chill. Plotter Ghost with a 500 res lead, but 3 vills back. And the KD in favor of Volcorn Kex, so kind of making up for the res difference anyways there. Stream late, mate, that's why. Yeah, it could be it. I used to stream very early. I would start my stream like, I don't know, 10 hours from now. And then I'd run in the mornings, and I was like, yeah, but I just... For me, that's like starting at 2 a.m. I can't do anymore. Actually, I'm probably back to a point where I could do that, but it makes it very hard for me to do other things in my life. Just being out of it all day. I started at 6 a.m. in Australia. There you go. On the morning show. Do the players get their bounties before their draft? So they're both given a pool of 6 bounties each. They select which bounty they want out of the pool for each game. You can only use a bounty once for... You can only try a bounty one time. They get to refresh that pool up to twice during the play all 3. So you can get... you basically get to see a total of 18 bounties. None of the bounties are the same. You could get one that's a different level than your opponent's, but you won't get the exact same bounty at the same level. So like there's archers suck level 1, level 2, and level 3. So they could have level 2 or something like that, but you won't get the same one. Some of the bounties don't... I can't remember what the reasoning was. I'd have to look at my notes why I decided that, but I did make a actual informed decision on that one, I remember. Doing what is fun is the most important. Turning hobbies into work is cringe. Yeah. It's got to be a if it happens, it happens thing. Otherwise, it doesn't. Yeah, it needs to be, it happens doing what you actually, at a point where you actually are enjoying doing it. My mistake when I started streaming is streaming was so new to me and different. I was just like, it motivated me to do extra work that I shouldn't have been doing. Because I couldn't sustain that long term, and I wasn't thinking long term. I was thinking like, this is awesome, I gotta do it now while it's here. Not like, hey, I'm gonna be doing this for the next like 6 years of my life. Is it me or people picking lower level bounties as they get further in the tournament? Oh, definitely Paladin. Like, this is a super strict... Both players just want to make sure that they get some points. If you look at the rankings real quick, you can see number 2's got 7 points after 3 sets. Number 3 has 6 points after 2 sets. So getting like 4 or 5 points out of a set. Right now, the average to get into second place is going to be really low. We are going to cast Arg's 3rd set today. That castle will be denied by the Cav Archers from the Berbers. Cav Archer's a pretty decent pick for the Berbers in Castle Age. You can transition to Camel Archers later, and they actually, I think they get fully upgraded Cav Archers, other than missing Parthian. Bulgarians have fully upgraded Cav Archers with Parthian, but they missed the last Pierce Armor upgrade. So that would work out, I think, slightly in favor of Volkorn. I think his Cav Archers would have 1 more Pierce Armor. Togawa swept Chopsticks, and barely swept Chopsticks. Almost 2 of the games Chops almost won-ish. One of them was really close. Another one was surprisingly close, but probably Togawa would have just gone for a victory. But the other one, Chopsticks, because of the way that Togawa's bounty worked, Chopsticks had a real chance of actually winning, even after Togawa abandoned his bounty, which he didn't have to do. He was able to stick with it. It was crazy, crazy set, that one. Another Chopsticks Togawa Grand Final, if he somehow squeezes out enough points to get there, would be very acceptable. People would come in being like, how's the Grand Final a 1300 versus a 2300? Yeah, Togawa drops like 7 to 10 town centers almost every game. It's crazy. Again, we are in a bit of a passive game here because both players need to have like a number of units and then win. So they don't want to throw those units that they've made, and Plottergo still hasn't even finished making his. He's just adding the janitors now. 15 archers for Volkorn Kex, and they are garrisoned in his TC. He needs 5 more. Should just stick them in another town center. Stick 10 in 2 town centers, and then you have some anti-raid built in. Although you can't garrison as many vills. Speaking of a bunch of vills that are going to have... Cav Archers are just going to kill like 20 vills here. They have ballistics. Honestly, like, Volkorn Keck reacts 2 seconds later and the game's over. That was already pretty bad as Volk is 10 vills back. Eco Katie's 16 to nothing for Plotterghost now. Skirms came hunting, but the Cav Archers are already gone. Good to see you, Paladin. Thought there's a draft system for civs. Nah, just hidden civ, no repeat civ. That's it. Really simple. There's enough going on, and I wanted players to have lots of flexibility to pick civs for their bounties. But we just didn't want the same ones over and over and over again. Which still kind of happens again. We see Spanish at least once a set, generally. We did have a 1 mirror. Yeah, 2 days ago. Plotterghost with 28 Cav Archers and has gone up to 18 janitors on his way for his bounty condition. Still needs another dozen of them. And Volcorn is 3 archers short. He's going to finish that off now. Some civs we never saw? Oh yeah, for sure. There's got to be a few. Trying to think of one. No, we saw the Malay. A leopard. Dravidians. I don't think we saw the Dravidians. Or the Vikings. Well, Plotterghost has Trebs. He's still 5 janitors away, but looks like he's beginning a push against Volcorn Kex before Volk hits Imp. And Volcorn Kex picked up Thumbring. Interesting. I wonder if he's going to go his own Cav Archers. That's not a good call. Berbers are the most anti-Cav Archer civ in existence. Berber privileges the fact that they get to make Cav Archers and you don't. Because if you do, they're going to make Camel Archers, they're going to make Janitors, you're going to have a bad time. That is a huge army for Plotter. Goes up to 70. He's got 2k res in the bank and bombards on the way along with Elite Janitor. And he's got his requisite number of janitors. And he's going to push in. Volcorn Kex picking up stirrups, but he is housed to oblivion right now and can't make any additional army. The best counter here for Volcorn would somehow be to whip out like a whole bunch of knights and or cavalier. And possibly some hussars. He will get the additional attack speed from stirrups, if I recall correctly. I think it's 33% faster with stirrups. Huge bonus to get. He needs even more houses, as that castle's next on the destruction list here. And he still hasn't even popped himself out. Plotterghost is up to 40 janitors now. He wants some insurance in case some sort of counterattack happens and then Blue fails and calls GG. And the knights are going to come out. He has +4 armor. And that's mostly janitors in there, I think. It's half janitor. We're going to keep an eye on this number right here. That's got to stay over 30. Volcorn Kex calls GG. Oh, man. That's going to be a bounty claimed for Plotterghost. Could not deal with the giant mass of janitors in his base and calls a GG. Plotterghost turned the APM up that game, as he averaged an additional 6 APM compared to the previous match. And that was a good one. 2 good games from this set so far. We're going to see who walks away with the head-to-head victory and who walks away with at least 1 more point. And we'll see if they end up picking some higher bounties here in the 3rd game. Okay, ads running. Now let's see what they went for in game 3 here. Yeah, bounty claim, chat. Bounty claimed emote getting some good use this time. Volcorn Kex going for Santa's reindeer in game 3. Collect 4 deer or all of your chickens in a single pen. They must survive and win. Plotterghost has we've got a level 3 bounty, and it's a doozy, guys. It is a doozy. The dumbest wall. Build a wall. Any impassable construction, including foundations, that it touches both starting TCs and win. And the attempts on this one mean you're guaranteed some excitement. This is one of the most exciting bounties to see attempted by far. In a memorable preview, I'm gonna run the short highlight reel, because I think one of the highlights in it has an example of this bounty in it that was particularly good. So I think I'm gonna run that, and hopefully we get something like this. Mangoes need a half decent shot on the... Oh my god! And they just got smoked by the Mangoes. Into a GG. Naruto. I don't know if Chip will win, but I think they'll do the bounty. All right. You're not going to get over the prediction button. It's pretty sweet. Oh! You'll be able to counter castle in a minute. You could probably buy a castle if you had a market. Yeah, he has a market. You should buy a castle and castle this foundation right now before... Her name's Greg. She's a castle technician. Her name's Greg. She's a castle... Now, of course, I am going to have to permanently ban Arg from the channel for doing this with a non-mangonel sieve. So I'm sorry, Arg. It's been a good run. The time for spear destruction has come. Kill the farms. Arg knows what he's got to do to make this happen. Here it is. Here it is. He is so close. And Togawa can't, like, delete his TC to deny the bounty even if he knows what's coming because that's his MTC. The castle drop is the building that finishes the dumbest wall. A ton of the scorpions. Deals a pile of damage on top of that. And there's another huge shot. Plotterghost just took out, I think, 9-8 scorpions there with a single volley from that mango, and the rest are all going to go down. Man. Such a good example, too, of exactly what I was talking about. We're loading into game 3. Hopefully they're on the right sides. I might leave. I'm going to leave the overlay if they're on the wrong sides. Okay, thankfully they are. That makes things easy. Santa's reindeer here for Volkorn Kex in the west. Playing for collect 4 deer or all of your chickens in a single pen. So first, let's see if it's chickens or deer. Spot the chickens, chat. Spot the... Oh, we've got deer. Wow. I mean, I might catch it.
I might catch it. Go, 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 go!
Gamba's running. So he's going to have to stick a wall around those deer. There might be extra deer.
I know.
He could, in theory, push a deer from this over to here and then wall off a bit more removed from where the action's probably going to happen because there is a main stone there. So maybe a castle here protecting his deer pen would be a good idea. Plotterghost in the northeast going for dumbest wall. One of the best bounties we got. Build a wall, any impassable construction, including foundations, that touches both starting town centers and win. So he has to build stuff. It doesn't have to be finished buildings. It can be like a chain of foundations. It can be a wall. It can be houses. It can be castles. It can be a mix of anything as long as it's stuff that he builds and it eventually touches that town center. Now, the path there is pretty decent. He's got a fairly decent straight run at it. The wall, once it goes up, tends to create a lot of awkward micro for both players as they try to get back and forth from this huge obstacle that shouldn't and almost is never normally there during a regular game. The house wall to save the Vil, luring in that... Oh, I said it too soon, May. Okay. She makes it. The boar goes down. And what about any other extra deer? There's the other extra deer over there. Is there anyone down here? Any extra deer down here at all? No? Yeah. So that could also be a viable target, but I expect that if I'm Plotterghost and I see this, I'm probably just milling this. 7 deer, you mill that. I can see him thinking about it. Oh, he hasn't spotted the other 3 right there, though. But that's definitely a mill situation. Instead of milling your berries, you send your villas out, and then you maybe go extra 2 pop and go like 21 pop scouts instead of like 19, 820, I think maybe. And just open with spears and then transition later with the extra food. The only time you can't get food from an elephant is if a military unit gets the last hit. Nope, that is gone, Siglal. The TC can kill the boar now, and it still stays. You can hit it with a scout, attack with a man-at-arms, doesn't matter. Anything can lure a boar, and you can eat food from it now. They got rid of that. You'll probably see it here. Yeah, see, the TC finished the boar off. Personally, I think they should remove deer pushing. Like, it should be a decision if you're going to go out and mill and if you're going to take the risk or not. You shouldn't be able to push it in because then it just adds a ton of awkward micro to the skill ceiling that isn't super relevant. How good you push a deer should not affect how good you are at AoE 2, I don't think. Wait, it's going to push the deer into a box next to the TC? Bro! That's something. This is not how I would choose to do this. You're just begging for your opponent to come in with archers and make your day very sad. But it looks like that's Volkorn Kek's plan here. The chances of you accidentally shooting this, I definitely would just put it over there. You're right to jail. Right, directly to jail. Ostrich is in jail now. One of the goofier bounties. If you're wondering why there's Christmas themed bounties and St. Patrick's themed bounties, it's because I usually do a game show on those days with special themed bounties, and a few of them are actually like good. Like I don't know how else to put it. This is actually like a decent, just general bounty. So they ended up in the tournament because we were just trying to get as many in as we can so that we get variety. There's 100 bounties in the tournament. I think 103. Kind of crazy to think about that being set up. I am very lucky that I get to do this, man. Wallflower, the bounty with the most attempts. In the game show, yes. The only one that might have more, because it was before we were tracking by attempt amount, is the Warrior King. And that one may actually have like 150 to 200 attempts on it. Like, actually, when it was in the game show, it stayed on the game show board for 8 months, 10 months. And it got attempted every week. At least 2 or 3 times. I think 2 people pulled it off. One of them pulled off an even harder version in the tournament, I think. They may have lost the game. I can't remember now. We have not seen a Wallflower attempt during the Showdown Cup. No. Not a single attempt. Not even once. Help me, I'm backwards. It's come up in the pools multiple times.
Has been drinking ran juice for 2
months. Zootables! Have an explosion. Thank you for the sub. Much appreciated. Thank you. Yeah, crab spin. I kind of miss being a crab sometimes. Oh, we missed a couple of the deer being pushed in here. There's the last one coming in. There you go. So the 4 deer are locked up, and he's locked the gate. All right. And on top of that, somehow he has a Resley and a Villy.
You right to jail.
All of the pushing of the deer made him focus on his eco chat. That's what's happened. Plus, also, like, building the farms as the Khmer early is not the worst thing. They have such fast food income from it. Kind of makes up. You never see, he never pushed the 4th deer, and he never got the other 3 deer. I wonder if Plotter even spotted that. He still hadn't actually. Well, he sees one of them, but he'd have to be like looking right at it to notice. What's he got here? He's got he's got rear main gold on a hill. He's got forward stone on a hill. He's got berries next to a hill. He's got secondary gold on a hill. Plotter Ghost is Hillman. He is the Hillman this time. And forward gold on a hill and very ugly. That's horrible secondary gold and secondary stone. 1 castle drop shuts down a ton of res. Volkorn Kex with the scout lead, but Plotter has a pair of spears. A lot of times Khmer don't end up with any spears because they skip making a barracks. They get use that bonus where they don't have to make prerequisite buildings. And they'll try to win just on having scout numbers. So the good counter to Khmer early is almost always to pop a few spears out. Very likely they're going to go scouts. They end up with so much extra food from the faster working farms. It's almost always how it goes. Might see archers. They could open archers. You gotta Khmer, you gotta scout them. The lack of prerequisite. If they open archers though, it's not good. They won't have any meat shield at all. They won't have a spear even for them. So if you see them open archers, then you just open scout. You go scouts to skirms and you just eat them. Next thing I want to work on is reading the opponent's map to know what to go for. Main thing that's going to help you is if you see something like this, forward res and forward res, and they're within a castle drop distance of each other, then you should be thinking, how do I get a castle there without killing myself and making the opponent destroy me? Like a castle here. Imagine if you were a Saracen player, you see this, you fast castle, and then you castle drop. As long as your opponent doesn't have too much army, then you'll just win the game. Pop out like 4 or 5 Mamelukes and they won't be able to do anything. If you're the Khmer player and you see that, oh man, all my res is forwards, you got to be thinking, I got to get the castle age as fast as possible, or I have to make a ton of feudal army so I can defend in feudal and keep them in their base or keep them off of dropping a castle there. If they decide to try it, I got to be able to win that fight. Or you think, okay, if he does drop a castle, then I'm going to go fast in, build my own castle further back because I have res back here or off to the side I can get. And treb his stuff down and take it all back. Nice, some picks here from Volkor Kex. He's up to 4 between both sides of that gold pile. Decided to go forwards with all the army he made. There weren't enough spears back at home from Plotter Ghost to fend him off. He's getting bloodlines too. Oh, I missed that he picked up forging. That's part of the reason I was like, man, fights are going really well for Volkor Kex, and he picked up forging. I missed it. I'm guessing Plotter Ghost may have missed it as well. Another thing you can do to get some more value out of your spears is to try and kite the scouts as much as you can. And you should really be trying to fight in a group. Ooh, there was a low HP Vil on the lumber camp. And Jesus, the amount of damage these things have done. Picking off the low HP Vil and then killing the farm. And another Vil. Another low HP Vil that was on the berries. Plotter Ghost now 7 villagers back from the feudal pressure. So this is an example of Volkor Kex probably getting more value than he may have even intended. I think he just wanted to go in and try and get a few Vils and delay Plotter Ghost a bit. Keep him off his back. I don't think he's trying to win the game here, but it's certainly winning him the game. Khmer have a crazy 15 pop all in Archer build. Khmer have a crazy 15 pop, 17 pop FC that you can do. I'm not even joking. And it works. You FC into two Siege Workshop Scorpions and mix in some scouts, and somebody did that for there's a bounty where you have to you're not allowed to make more than 15 villagers. That's what they did. It was wild. It's like, man, if you did this but you did like 17 or 18 pop, it'd be very competitively viable as opposed to like borderline. Even then, getting up that fast was such a huge advantage. Volkor Kex still hovering around 5. Are there any weak Vils left hanging out? He's looking for any like little Vils he can pick off that are low on HP. There's like really one guy left with low HP right there. So Volk clicks up to Castle Age. He has 1 scout left after all that. Gonna add a 2nd stable. 3rd stable, actually. Never mind. 3 stables for Volkor Kex. It's a lot of stables. He still has all 4 of his ostriches. I think that's again another reason he was so aggressive is he did not want Saracen archers showing up at his base, because if Plotter Ghost sees that, if anybody sees that that's playing in this tournament, they're gonna know that something's up there and just shoot him. Like, nah, he's trying to like do something. Just shoot him. He does have potential to save it though. Does Blue know about the extra deer over there? Ah, that could be a saving grace there. Now the monkey would not count. Okay, the monkey does not count. I don't think you can push a monkey anyways. And you shouldn't. Leave them alone. They did nothing to you. Ostriches, they're related to emus, and there was a whole war about that. We've discussed that before, alright? 3 stable Khmer, learn from the best. Now, where have we seen this before? Certainly I have never done this before. 3 stable knights. Pretty nasty. 3 stable knights. 3 stable knights. Oh, the glory. You should never go 3 stable knights, except it seems to work a lot, but you should never do it. Part of the reason is it's very tough to support 3 stable. If you do go 3 stable knights, you definitely cannot add a TC until you've done damage with them. This is a mistake. But yeah, 3 stable knights. So 6, 12, 18, 24 farms. He's actually got close to that. Doesn't have enough gold. That's the issue. And he probably also should have picked up light cav just because he has 7 scout cavalry. And that's a huge upgrade for them. They get HP, they get attack, they lose, I think they lose movement speed, ironically, but other than that, it's a pretty huge upgrade. And cheap as anything. Husbandry on the way. The only way you can really take a fight against this army is if you have a hill and probably 4 or 5 more knights. I think that would probably kill Volkorn Kex without the upgrades. And he did get +2 attack, though. It helps a lot. That's 12 attack versus... What do they get? They get 6 attack, and then their bonus damage is 9. So they're 15 damage. So you take the hill. That's why you need to take the hill against the camels. And they're still doing a lot of damage. I want to say that he prioritized the light cav there, which might have been good because light cav are lower HP, so you take more units out and decrease the DPS faster. But now Volkorn Kex has a pretty decent knight lead. On the other hand, Plotter Ghost, some very solid defense options for the Saracens here. Just make some more camels will probably do it, especially because he already has spears. You can upgrade to pikemen, which he's also going to do. Add some monasteries. Lots of ways to fend this off for Plotter Ghost. He can even go cav archers. He can buy himself enough time to get there. You thought you had light cav. That makes a bit more sense. Yeah, you need numbers though. They do counter the knights, but only like slightly. Their main appeal is they produce faster, and I think they're slightly cheaper. And then they have the comparable damage output, depending on the engagement. And upgrades, which if yellow got 2 attack upgrades, that would make it a lot better too. But can't really justify that when you only have 2 camels. You need army before you get upgrades for them. Remember, Volkorn Kex, if he gets this win, will go up to 4 points in this set. Plotter Ghost would get 4 points just from winning this single bounty and now pull him up to 6. There's not really any sign of the dumbest wall other than maybe he could connect this and then send it out. Really hoping we manage to get to a dumbest wall attempt. Usually what happens is it feels like it's past the point where they're going to try, and then they start pushing all of a sudden. And it's just like, holy crap. And that could be the case here. We'll see what he's up to. Right now he's 11 vills back, 12 vills back, which isn't great. The army numbers also favoring Volkorn Kex. The monks too. Now, if I recall correctly, Khmer lacked the ability to convert the opponent enemy monks, which is a massive advantage for Plotter Ghost. So if he realizes that and gets that tech, and even like 2-3 monks could swing a fight, converting the other team's monks and then the knights. I think monk camel is a pretty solid defense here for Plotter Ghost. I'd really like to see 2 or 3 more monks out at the very least, even if he doesn't get that upgrade. Volkorn Kex gets 1 push together, and yellow tries to fight it off. As soon as his monks are in position, this is going to go bad for Plotter Ghost. If he gets his monks here, He's gonna go get relics. He's playing it safe. Ooh, he snagged a knight there. Conversion for Plotter Ghost. Maybe he just makes his own knights. So Saracens don't get Cavalier. But if he's going to stay in Castle Age to defend, they still get full upgrades for them. Nah, monks makes way more sense. Or Mamelukes somehow get some stone. It's just sitting there. Also, playing Saracens and then not going for stone and selling it, which is kind of... Yeah, I don't know. There was a conversion somewhere. Ah, there is a monk way off here in the east. And a forward Vil. Interesting. What is that about? Did he accidentally hit a deer? Nah, he's got the deer still. Maybe he was just trying to get a sneak building in somewhere. You converted that Vil. Get some value for the monk before it dies. Ooh. What's the relic count out? 3-1 for the Khmer player, and it is going to be probably 4 in a second. I don't know. We'll see. There's going to be a little bit of a fight over that relic, maybe. Plotter, go get it. This is your time. Volks up to Imp. Yellow is going for TC. That is up. I hate that town center with every part of my being. Relic gets dropped off near the base, but not in it. It's a terrible fight for Volkorn Kex. Why are you taking that fight, sir? Sir? Sir, this is a Wendy's. I don't think Plotter Ghost lost a single camel there. This is the starting TC. That's where the wall needs to come from at the end of the day. The path to the other starting town TC is fraught with danger. Total and brutal destruction. What's next? What's next? What's next? Pikemen, okay. Khmer get Halb, but they don't get the last armor for the infantry. Make elephants. Make elephants. I think you will. The pointy boys don't need armor now, and the opponent's in Castle Age, and also only probably making camels. And get away with it. Okay. Was that I think that was an attempt at stand ground patrol from both players in there? That is disgusting. All those camels clustered up like that. Blue gets the siege workshop down and is probably going to get the castle down. Because the micro is too awkward with all of the res, and the in-tight micro needed halberdier kicks in for Volkorn Kex at the beginning of the second engagement. Castle is at 90% and climbing. And it will go up. Blue has all the momentum now. Volkorn Kex has got 1 minute and 20 seconds before his opponent, Plotter Ghost, is even in Imperial Age. Second forward castle going down, and Trebuchet is now on the way. My voice is still wrecked from the hockey game last night, let me tell you. Hey, snipe him. Hey, snipe him. See ya. More monks is good. Yeah, I gotta run the Game 7 video after this set. You guys can see the highlights from the game I worked last night. Nice clear there for Plotter Ghost. It means he's sticking into it. He just has to figure out a way of dealing with the halbs. He could go hand cannon. Crossbows. He's going to go arbalest. Also a solid option. Arbalest Hussar could be a potential play if he manages to get some more farms down it a bit. Don't lose the camels you got, though. You might need those if he decides to add... He is adding Cavalier. Now you got to go Arb Camel, I think. Or man, no, it's got to be maybe Mamelukes, but he's not going to be able to have the castles alive long enough to get those. So yeah, it's going to have to be Arbalest and Camels, I think. Or Hussars. Would Hussars be enough? Yeah, no, I think hand cannons would have been better than trying the crossbow switch. I'll stick by that. I'll stick by the fact I think he should have just gone hand cannons. The hand cannons would have much better damage output on the Cavalier too, and they'd require less upgrades at this stage. You just get chemistry. Instead of crossbow and arbalest and bracer and... he's going to get a nice little pick there on some Cavalier. Keep the Cavalier numbers down is nice. And also Saracen's Trebuchet took out... He has 2 Trebuchets to defend. Took out 1 of Volkord Kek's Trebs, but the castle went down. Now there's Halbs streaming through Plotter Ghost's base. Only has 9 crossbows to try and stop this. And a monk, which is converting a Halb. And this is looking over. Volkorn Kek's deer still nice and safe back at home. And Plotter Ghost calls the GG. And Volkorn Keks will get the bounty claimed. Pick himself up 2 more points. And yes, correct, Kree. Plotter Ghost, as soon as he lost that starting TC, he loses the ability to build the dumbest wall. So that would have been a bounty failed as well when that town center went down. But he lost anyways. Volkorn Keks is going to get his extra 2 points, and that puts him at 4. And this was his first set of the tournament. He still has 2 more to go. So if he averages 4, that'll put him in a decent lead for second spot, just that alone. Final KD numbers here, 32-3 for Volkorn Keks Eco KD wise, 114 and 97 general KD. And we'll look at the res collected as 16k in favor of Volk. It was great. Both players managing to get points in that set. And both players managing to pull off bounties. We had 3 bounties claimed in that set. All 3 games had a bounty claimed. And we see a spike in... I can't remember who had the lower APM last game, but both players back up around 45 for that last one. Would not have been accepted if he rebuilt the TC on the exact same spot and did the wall. By the wording... no, not in the tournament. In the game show, I would accept that. In a game show, I would accept that. But in the tournament, I have to go by the exact wording on the bounties or I'm not being fair. All right, so what I'm going to do is... Hold on, we're going over here. We're going to update these scores here. And then we're going to have a special feature presentation of the highlights of the Game 7 of the game that I worked last night. All right, so just give me a moment to fill this out, and we're going to do that. And then we are going to cast Lighty versus Aladashek. Hold on, I gotta get the bounties claimed here. So Volkorn Kex had Santa's reindeer. And Volkorn Kex, or Plotter Ghost for game 2 had clean victory. And game 1 for Volk was Jeff's strategy. Scores will update in a second. All right, I think that's got it. Did I miss something? That should have it. There it is, updated. All right, current outlook for the scores here. Plotter Ghost now sitting at 5 points going into one last set. Looking in on the outside from the top 4, Volkorn Kex has 2 sets left and 4 points. So that's looking pretty good for Volkorn Kex. Chopsticks, of course, with 0 across both of his sets so far. He's going to have his work cut out for him. And Volkorn Kex, it looks like they're going to be playing on Friday, I believe. Same with Lighty. Volk has 2 sets he's going to play on Friday. We're going to cast both of those. We are going to have Lighty and Aladashek up next. And then Plotter Ghost and Arg to close the day out. But before we do that, time for the special presentation. Let me get this in a format you guys can actually look at and see properly. That'll do it. All right, so I am an announcer and DJ for hockey. And my team played in the conference final, so it's like the semi-final, basically, of the whole playoffs. Where's my button? That one. Is it actually all on there? Why is it all Kajiki? I might have to do it the other way. I have to do it the other way. That's slightly, yeah, that's better. All right, we'll do it this way.
A decisive final game to decide who will move on to the 2026 Buckland Cup to take on the new market.
Make myself smaller.
Collingwood, Toronto, Games.
My team's the white team. That's me. That's me back here.
Opening draw goes to the Patriots. It's Noah Lodone shooting it in. Palmer off the helmet of Kukovic, and he'll go the other way to Bruno. Bruno chipping it. Cooksey controlling. He's in. Cooksey. A big chance and a stop from Bach. Springboards back to Simon Howard. Howard shoots it in. Rebound. And saved by Bach, of course. So at the line, it's O'Mary. Slides it across. Power play Collingwood. Set play is on. They want to try to find O'Mary. They'll go far side instead. Hughes shoots. Scores. Power play goal. Will Hughes 1-0 Collingwood. They set the play to absolute perfection. And it's a power play goal for the Blues. Hodgson was screening him absolutely perfectly. Couldn't find it at all.
Look at all the people, man.
No stopping that from Caracciolo. Bruno, Carmeris. Carmeris to Bruno. Bruno lost the puck. And it might be a chance short-handed here. Hughes is in. Hughes shooting.
Big stop.
Blocker of Caracciolo. Here's Giacalone. Laying it off.
That was my voice announcing, by the way.
Giacalone,
in the back.
Reverse hit on Vader. Kept in. Kukovic. Shot comes wide. Now Lodone. Back. Palermo shooting with a tip. It's there. Block saves it.
This was a crazy game, by the way.
He keeps that one out. Bruno. Stick handling deep into the
like
zone.
This super, you can tell how hard they're skating every like second.
Carmeris swings it, shot comes in, scores! Cole Cooksey on the power play, and he equalizes the game at 1 apiece in Game 7. Mamma mia, what a pretty play! And Cooksey,
that was a beautiful shot.
In the West Conference Final, we're all tied up in Game 7, baby. A beautiful pass from Tommy Carmeris, and Cole Cooksey cooked it up.
Look at this pass, man.
Does. A power play slapper into the back of the net.
Beautiful one-timer. Holy crap.
For Toronto. Bruno holding, trying to center it. Goes down low, looking for Maury in front. That was a tight
All these
pass
people
over
back here,
Maury.
that never happens.
Maury
This was
back up.
crazy to see it so stacked
Back
with
to
people.
Bruno. They switch. Cooksey falls. Vaca takes. Vaca, Bruno! Scores! Luch from the bridge. Strikes.
I'm the guy that hits the goal horn, by the way.
And Toronto take a 2-1 lead.
I get to set the goal horn off, and that's how I do all that. Controlling the clock.
From the Spro Bro.
Yeah.
Just like that, Toronto lead by 1 in Game 7. Trozo, he shoots wide. Vaca's got to come to it, but Toronto's got to get back. Vaca misses it.
Yeah, it's I'm the PA announcer. We might get an announcement. There was one earlier when I was doing a penalty announcement. Hopefully we get a goal announcement at some point.
Hudson coming down. Hudson coming, shooting. Stopped by Hagen Bach.
So it's 4-on-3 here.
O'Mary to Hughes. O'Mary.
So they have a power play. That was pretty nice.
Vaseska ties the game up at 2 apiece. Not much Caracciolo could do there.
Nice.
Broken up play, and Vaseska's not going to miss that one. Palmer shot in. Caracciolo steered. Now it's Facchino with some pace entering. Has Palmer behind the goal. Finds him. He spins off of Longo. That backhand is stopped by Caracciolo. Back they come.
You right to jail.
Back a good play to get it to Carmeris forward.
I gotta get
Carmeris,
chat open. 1 second.
Slapper. Stopped by Bach.
Yeah, lots of penalties. It's 2-2 right now if you're trying to keep track. You can see on the board there, I guess.
Carmeris spins off the net, tries to center. It's in front.
Yeah!
Tate Collins.
So Tate chips it in deep. Guy picks it up from behind. Chips it up front. Tate goes back to the front and just whacks it in.
3-2 with 5:45 remaining in the second, and Mamma Mia, a perfectly placed shot from Tater, and it's a 1-goal lead in Game 7 for the Pats.
Alan!
Patriots get it with Cummins. They could have a 3-on-2 breaking. Hudson Cummins to Luke Howard.
So we're up 3-2 now.
Lodon shooting. Stop.
This is the third period. This was back and forth all period. This was a crazy period too.
Get a good piece of it. Puck is tried to be centered. Simon Howard now. Centering. Collins there shooting.
Huge save.
By block up high. Luke Howard tries to get it
Yeah, I
out
was
of the
playing
corner.
Iron Man right before this.
Falling is a Patriot. Down low, there's a chance here. Collingwood. Shot. Stopped by Caracciolo.
I know what happens, and it's just like still gut clenching,
Longo
man.
falls down, tries to make the play. Tries to center. Toronto need to try to get it out. Falling on his own man. Bullmaster. Back to the way. Cooksey. Bruno. Cooksey. Shooting. Bruno. Shoots it just
Jesus.
wide. And batted the other way. Here comes Collingwood. Hughes. Hughes shoots into the glove of Trey Caracciolo. Lodon around. Goes now around again. Centering shot off the post. Rebound. Collins and Bach. Stopped it. Bach didn't even know he stopped it, and then it was played from Vader into the glove of Bach, and he'll hang on.
A few people there. Attendance was 661.
Collingwood coming in. Fasaska lays it off. O'Mary's got acres of room here. Goes down low instead. Shot across. Save. Rebound.
I thought that went in, but it didn't.
Bank, and it's stopped by Caracciolo.
There's 2.5 minutes left.
Extra attacker is out. Longo. Collingwood have a 6-on-4. Vader drops it off. Shot comes in. Over top of the goal. Rebound to Cummins. Cummins has to clear. The net is empty.
Watch this.
Put it in.
Yeah.
He goes. Alex Hummelblade puts it in. The empty net. And it's 4-2 for the Toronto Patriots. Draw one by the Blues. Controlled Martin towards the goal. Wide. O'Mary's deep.
Less than a minute left.
It's there. Where is it? Toronto has it. Hebblethwaite gets it out. Toronto looking to clear. Comes towards the hash
Less than
mark.
30 seconds.
Shot on goal. And just through the wickets of Caracciolo. And Vaca chips it, but not out.
Look how desperate everyone's playing. It's unreal, man.
Pushed away. Rebound. Stick left and to the line. Not out. Now.
Guys just laying it on the line, man.
Toronto
Unreal.
Clear. Down the ice. 3, 2, 1. The Toronto Patriots. The Toronto Patriots are headed to the Buckland Cup.
We'll see if they get any announcing by me in this at all.
Mamma mia. What
I'm in the
a
picture at the end. I know that.
Toronto.
How old are these
defeat
kids?
the
16 to 20.
4-2 in Game 7 of the West Conference Final and punch their ticket to the Buckland Cup Championship Series against the Newmarket Hurricanes. There's only one more thing to say.
Hold on.
Patriots win.
That's me right there.
Patriots win. Patriots win.
Holy man. So we got game 1 of the last series on Saturday at home. Didn't get to hear much of me though. Didn't get to hear much of me in that one. Maybe they'd have me at the end when I did the declaring them the champions of the thing, but Buddy's call was pretty good, so they stuck with the actual play-by-play announcer for the. So I do PA. I'm the PA announcer. I'm the guy in the arena that goes like last minute of play. But there was one announcement from me in there. I was doing a penalty announcement in the background. You might have heard it. Do they have challenges? Yes. They have. They can challenge goalie interference, whether the net is on or off, or something else too. But it has to be like it's all better. They have a camera behind each net. All right, let's get set for our next set here. We've got Lighty versus Aladashek. So that is the next one we are casting. Well, oh, right. I have to take it off the spreadsheet so we actually get to see the next one here. There we go. Let me get their game loaded in here as well. Restart capture age and all that stuff. Yeah, that was a heck of a game. What are we doing? Lighty and Aladashek. Oh, yeah. Game 1, of course, we've got Spanish. Let's see what the bounties are here. Come on, capture age. There it is. All right, we are ready to start. Yeah, there we go. Game 1 between Aladashek and Lighty. Looks like Aladashek has gone for an explosive victory. Produce only villagers and 2 or more petards and or 2 or more flaming camels and win. And Lighty is going for Jeff's strategy. Second time we've seen that today so far. I'm really excited to see explosive victory by a 2K1 versus a 2K4. Aladashek had a really crazy all-in villager play with Spanish in his previous set. And kind of a unique opening here, just building the single house with the 1 villager. Get that food in a little bit faster and use that Spanish faster building bonus. Lighty here in the southeast going for Jeff's strategy. Has to collect 1 stone from every pile on the map. So let's get an idea where that is. He's got rear-ish main stone, external secondary stone. Where's the extra stone? There's an extra stone in the northeast between the 2 players. And there's a secondary stone for Aladashek outside. Main stone on the north side on a hill. Extra stone, extra stone. There it is. Cluster between these 2 cliffs. So Lighty's got to send a villa around to collect stone from all those piles. Got to get an IRL ticket to hear Hockey Rang. I guess so, yeah. I mean, I do the in-game, so it makes sense they wouldn't have any of the music, because that would be bad for the YouTube-ness. They would lose their whatever monetization. Most of the and a lot of the announcing I do is over top of the in-arena music, so surprised there wasn't at least they didn't put it the Toronto Patriots are champions, but that might have been over top of the game-winning song, so not much you can do there. Plus, like, it's not about me. Dude, I was just stoked to actually have a crowd to work with. I played, so I had a few things going, like a few of the clapping stuff worked, and they started cheering along with some of their claps. But they would not. I played Sweet Caroline, and every other time in my life that I've played Sweet Caroline in a huge crowd like that, I got a few bop bop bahs. You know, I think I got like 6. It was silence during Sweet Caroline. I couldn't believe it. I'm not doing that again. I don't know what happened. After the game, I was joking with everybody, and like I said, the crowd. I had some big crowd moments with some clapping stuff here and there, but they did not like Sweet Caroline. I don't know. No sign of Jeff the Stone Gathering Villager yet.
See?
Explosive Victory is the Spanish. Interesting. Might be depending on Supremacy Vills. I think that might be Aladashek's plan here. Get bounties running, or the predictions running.
Shot it.
So thanks for indulging me on watching that. I hadn't seen that yet, so I saw like the first minute and I was like, oh, I should just watch this on stream. Oh, that could be Jeff. Lashek maybe even spy. How do the players always know when there's going to be a forward villain? They have a scout rating waiting right where it's going to be walking. Although Lashek did miss this one. Yeah, I think Lighty wants to go get this one overdone with. Jeffina. Again, I would just like to establish that I do not appreciate the naming of this bounty. All right, Jeff, look, we know you have a wide variety of interests and a deep personal identity, okay? We're not going to reduce you to being a stoner. Thank you. You're welcome. Throw potatoes. See, now Ladashek's going to think this is a Lamingville, and I don't think Lighty was intending that at all. Lighty just wants that stone. Isn't only Vills and Treb a level 3 bounty? Yes. This one's easier, believe it or not. This one was easier to accomplish. So Lighty, again, does not have to drop that stone off, just has to collect it. So it has been collected. No matter what happens to that Vill, Lighty got away with getting some stone off of the main stone of Aladashek. Well, Militia's going to come in and try to help. And Aladashek somehow getting away with this Vildresh. Gonna have to deal with the wolf, though. Aladashek wants those chickens. Hey, Lighty, how you doing?
Shot it. Atuts. Ashike. Tabish.
You're free to chat. Just remember, no spoilers for the games. You can, if I'm missing something that's already happened, feel free to point that out or call that out. That's fine.
Shot it.
But I'll try to not do that. Okay, another wolf confronts the Vill, and another wolf goes down. There's another batch of chickens over there. Does Ladashek know about that? At this point, Lighty might be trying to avoid engaging too much with the militia because he can just upgrade them to men-at-arms. How are petards more efficient to help that Vills than Trebs? Because trebuchets you can only make in Imp, and petards you can make in Castle Age. That's literally a Paladin. So you castle drop and make a bunch of petards, and it's much easier to pull off than trying to go Imp and do that. That's what it worked out. Dude, so Paladin, I ran 4 4 practice show matches with the tournament settings to help us narrow in on should it be a play all or a best of, and also like some of the bounties that may or may not work. Aladashek, guys. Aladashek studied the bounties. Aladashek studied the bounties and went out and lamed his own stone. He noticed that Lighty. Oh my god, the potato. Man, I don't think Mano Brown wanted a full-size potato there. He noticed that Lighty went out to grab stone from the other side, and I think he remembered this bounty. And he went out and lamed his own stone. So that's going to force Lighty to bust that down. That'll be the second little bit of stone that he's collected. So the 2 most difficult stones to collect are out of the way now. He definitely has stone on him from that. That has less. That's been had 2 stone taken from 2 piles. I wonder if he thinks he needs to get it from all of the piles. Oh my god, he thinks it's each pile. Holy shit. It's just the whole resource is 1 pile. No, he does not need to drop off. He doesn't need to drop off, he just needs to pick it up. That's what the bounty says. I mean, I could see why you would think that. That'd be a hell of a bounty challenge to have to... No, not all of the individual. Just like this is a pile. Dude, what do I even refer to this as? So that you don't get... So, Lighty, how do I... What should I have called this to not be confusing? Because your confusion is totally understandable. Especially with how exact the wording is for so many of the bounties. That I don't blame you at all. Either way, if he doesn't get that, it won't matter. He hasn't done these ones yet, but that might be what he's about to do. Yeah. Pile does not equal tile. That's the distinction, yeah. It doesn't say each stone tile. Dude, that'd be a good way of upping it, though. To level 2 for this? Collect stone from each tile on the map? Well, now I want to figure if he does. I'll tell you what. If Lighty wins this and gets it from each individual tile, well, I'm gonna figure out some sort of bonus prize for. I'll tell you what, Lighty. I'll throw in $5 if you manage to get it from every stone tile on the map and win this game. I will give you an extra $5 on your prize pool. All right. For the extra work you did. You can hold me to that. Or I'll gift you a sub. There you go. I can gift you a sub.
Graffin forced Lighty _GG to consume a tier 1 amount of brand juice.
There you go. That's for the misunderstanding. Now I'm rooting for Lighty extra hard as well. Because he's doing like a slightly harder version of the bounty. He's approaching yet another wolf. The wolf have been proving to be a pretty strong deterrent here. Did he get it from this yet? I'm assuming he did. Yeah, he did this one already. Hit the bongos. Does it have the hill? Oh my god, does it have the edge of the hill there? Okay, no, it doesn't. It's missing the hill just barely. That's a little bit close, though. It's right at the bottom of it. Someone should make a hill outline mod. That all it does is draw a, like, 3-tile thick black line around the edge of hills. That's all it does. Is that even a possible thing? That would be super useful, I think. Take a lot of time to take stone from every tile. That's why I gifted you the sub, because that makes this a much more difficult bounty. The amount of attention it takes too. What's Aladashek doing? No sign of a castle for petards yet, and he's not made any non-petard army. Did she get that last one? There you go. Even went and got that last tile over here. So every tile has been mapped. Dude, I totally missed this down here. When the heck did this happen? Red sent a Vil forwards. It looks like he tried to tower.
See?
And he settled for walling in a Vil of Lighties. Make a mod that changes the grass texture to make a clear different texture for each elevation. And the Vil continues to make a run for it. The archer should track it down.
Presto.
Down he goes.
Shot it.
Lighty even getting some use out of the stone he's gathered, although I don't know if he actually gathered it or just collected it. She's got 9 on her. And that's the other thing. This has always bothered me too. If you're holding the stone, then the villager that's holding the stone should be able to use the res they're holding to build whatever. Right? Like if you have 9 stone on a Vil, you should be able to just go and build outposts with it if you don't have enough stone in your bank. I think that's every tile though. So Lighty did the harder version that he invented of this bounty. But he's completed that. He managed to get it all. We checked that one already. So all Lighty has to do now is win the game. Wait, did he do that one? Yeah, he did that one. Good job, Lighty. Crossbows coming in now. 8 crossbows, and he kept those men-at-arms alive, still beating on the left side of Latishek's base. Latishek has finally gone to stone. We just saw him do that. And, uh-oh. He may not be going for his bounty. If he starts making petards... He might have picked a bounty that he can't do. Yeah, he might just go for the win. We've seen Latishek kind of back off the bounty when he realizes that he's not really going to be able to pull it off before. And with how, again, the scores are so close that you can get away with this a lot more than you could in the first round. And will we see some forward siege from Lighty, or is he going to add a... No, you already added 3rd TC. Probably going to be content with just getting the farms down to keep those running. Those are a little bit spaced out there. Not the most efficient farms, but a lot more efficient than not existing. Well, he hasn't made a building yet. This might be that in case the crossbows break in, it wards him off. It might just be like an intimidation building. I think he's going to try as hard as he can to avoid... He hasn't, like, lost the bounty yet. He's prepared to in case things go sideways. But I think he's looking at 6 crossbows thinking, like, that's not that much army. He's probably booming behind this. I might be able to do it. But crossbows are a really good counter to petards. You could have also just seen the Civ matchup and been like, I'm just going to be ready to deal with a giant pile of arbalests from the Maya. He has enough stone for the castle, so let's see what he does. Wonder if his plan was to try and sneak a castle down at the back and then just come in with a bunch of petards all at once. Does blue see this? Nope, castle's going down in a nice spot. Should get the stone back-ish. I don't know if the crossbows will still be able to range from there. Hello on YouTube, Hussein PK 2foot. Welcome in. He started making a mangonel and canceled it. Yeah, maybe he realized. Well, I think he just realized he could get away without making it. He's ready. Like, if he needs a mango or a scorp, he's not that far from very long from having it. The crossbows are doing some damage, but not enough to completely shut him down yet. He still has most of his vills on wood gold farm. Is he having idle vills? No idle vills. 2 idle vills. So it's not bad yet. It's getting there, though, with crossbows all over the place. If blue came around here, for instance, it'd get real bad real fast. But he's up to Imp. So his plan is going to be Supremacy Villagers, chat. It's going to be Supremacy Vills and Petards. Look, he even deletes the Siege Workshop. He's going for it. I wonder if that's space for another castle or what he's going to do there. Nope, just another mining camp. I thought maybe TC or another castle. TC would make sense, would it not? He doesn't have stone. He probably doesn't want to buy it. What is this game, Hussein? This is Age of Empires 2. I think it's like Clash of Clans. I don't know if that's a troll or you're serious, but that's hilarious either way. It's this game came out in 1999. This is an updated version that was re-released by Microsoft in 2019. And I'm hosting a tournament where players have to beat each other just like normal, but they also have challenges they have to do along the way, and they get extra points for completing different levels of challenges. And that's what we're doing here. So Aladishek has to only make petards, which is a unit you make from these castles that explodes when it hits other... It's meant to take out other buildings very quickly, but it's super expensive and you usually don't see it too much in competitive play because your unit dies when you try to use it. Blue's spidey sense was tingling. Decides to go and poke at this wood line finally, and Aladishek narrowly escapes some vills on the left side. That'll let him keep getting wood once this gets taken out. Lighty is going to be working up to Imperial Age now, especially since Aladishek has hit Imp himself. Supremacy on the way for Aladishek. Villagers are about to get a huge attack upgrade and armor upgrade. Do they get HP too? It's actually like a 7-8-year-old game at this point. That's crazy. It was 20 years old before that. Going on 30. So the villagers are on their way out. Let's look at that upgrade. So now they have 9 attack and 4 pierce armor. They'll do really good against the Castle Age crossbows. And Aladishek is going full send with Supremacy Vills here. We've seen him pull this off before. Last time was against a Cav Archer Civ. Should be a lot easier with this time. And like, how much damage are they really even doing per shot? Not that much, man. That castle is going to go down so quick. The Vills get a damage versus buildings. And I think that he also got sappers. And Aladishek adding forward production buildings. They look like town centers to make more Vills. Well, they are, because his Vills are his army. So all of a sudden, Aladishek basically has 100 army. And arguably a panic castle-ish going down from Lighty. And I don't know how long it's going to hold up. Aladishek's going to try to beat the crossbow. There's a town center and a castle to shoot at the Vills, though. In addition to the crossbows and even a monastery and monks. And I think he's going to try and keep the monks healing. I wonder if he's going to try any conversions on the Vills. TC's going to die. That's a good call. We'll reduce the garrison space at the front of the base. It means that the TC can't shoot at the Vills on the foundation of the castle either. They go right to work tearing that down. Vills chasing down the crossbows on the right from Lighty. There's a red... did something else get in? Nope. That was from before. I just saw red and blue's base and I was wondering. That castle's not long for this world. Lighty is up to Imp, but won't have the ability to make trebuchets to defend or anything like that. He's going to be banking on Bracer and whatever other Imperial Age upgrades he can get for his crossbows, Arbalest, maybe the armors, to try and stop the flow of villagers, which is not dropped under 100. The stone walls are definitely buying some time here for Lighty. Loses the monastery on the front with 4 relics in it. Lighty's got his own group of Vills making a run for it on the left. The walls are weak, but still got a lot of HP left before he'll get in. He needs petards. He needs to have his petards coming out now. Petards would be actually so helpful here to get in through the stone walls. Red poking on Blue's Vills here in the east. Still needs to make at least 2 petards. Yeah, he can't not make petards. It says produce only villagers and 2 or more petards. So he has to make at least 2. We'll see. He's still got time. Although his chances get worse the longer this goes, because the crossbow numbers will go up. Lighty's Vill count will go up. His ability to replace his army will increase. He's got another castle down, for instance. And he's going to send a counter army to Aladishek's base now. So I'm starting to get worried. Once Arbalest comes in, it's looking really, really bad. Without, I think at that point, he would actually need a Petard army. And you only get one shot with it, right? Not like the Arbs where you can get lots of repeat value. I'm hoping he remembers to make them too. They make so much sense right here. Imagine he just needs 2. And that would actually, like, he would break in instantly. Instead of punching walls down, he could just break in. Lighty converting some Supremacy Vills. They'll retain their stats. Don't they retain stats? I guess I'm wrong about that. I thought they retained stats when they were converted. Yeah, they do. They do.
And another one.
I just clicked the wrong one earlier. A little bit of a feed going on with the Vills on the right side. Oh, we've got the Petards coming out. He remembered to make the Petards. Vil count has gone in favor of Lighty. As it's now 111 to 104. And still dipping down. He could use a couple more TCs if he was able to squeeze them out, but so much of his villagers aren't villaging, they're armying. He was trying to punch a TC down here in the south, but the crossbows pick it off. He's only made one. He may have made a second one. We lost track of it.
See?
He probably doesn't want to make the Petards. He made 3. All right, thank you. I'll trust Manaspa. Ooh, the Spanish faster building castle means that I think even if Lighty had the stone right there, he wouldn't be able to counter castle that. Ladishek manages to break in the south here. Will the Arbs get there in time? It's going to be close with the Spanish build. It's going to require some micro. There's a lot of villagers here from red. And I think that castle will get squeezed up. Aladishek will have definitely picked up murder holes. Where is it? Oh, he didn't get murder holes? Last time he did this, he got murder holes. But either way, blue backs off right away. And red's getting pressured on the other side by a pair of trebs from the internal castle from Lighty. Lighty's Arb count is up to 43. Still missing armor on them. But he does have Bracer. Did he get Thumb Ring? No, and Thumb Ring. So, nasty, nasty unit to try and fight with Vills, that's for sure. The main issue is, like, actually getting a surround with them because they tend to path in a single file like that. You got one more trick up your sleeve here. Ladishek also could just, like, start playing normal right now. Switch into Hussar? Or Knights? Maybe? Cavalier? Could you get away with that? I don't know. It's a lot of Arbs, but Lady has only 3 trebs and is hemmed in his base. There's a lot between him and Ladishek. Not getting the relics is... Oh yeah, he can't make monks. Ladishek thinking smarter than me. I'm sorry, when you get the Arbalests, like, or any ranged unit like that to actually stagger their shots, it's so funny sounding. As opposed to when they all just shoot in a big volley. It's like a machine gun. That castle's still down there being a thorn in Lighty's side. He's adding more TCs. Ladishek's Vil count has climbed back up. If he could get up to 200 Vils, I still don't know if he'd be able to do it. He needs the Petards. You get the Vils in close. And we still don't have a lot of theirs. Now the HP's coming off a little bit. Yeah, it gives you an idea how many Vils he's really going to need to take the Arb mass out. Cool. GG. And we've got a bounty claimed here in favor of Lighty. That was a great attempt from Aladashek. I wonder if he could have the first push. I think if he had petards with it, he might have been able to make it work. But as soon as he gets to Arbalest with Thumb Ring, it's really tough. There's just too little of a firing delay, and he can just... Plus, he was sitting camping under a castle on top of that, right? Yeah, he needed more petards faster. I don't even know if it's possible to make work. I think he played surprisingly well, given that his bounty was insane, and I respect Aladashek's commitment. I'm not going to lie. Oh, we got to look at stats. I always forget. 217 to 17, the Eco KD. The General KD, 219 to 77. So he did get a bunch of kills with Vils. He did make 2 petards, so he would have gotten the bounty if he managed to pull it off. He probably canceled the 3rd one. That's probably what you saw. Yeah, players who are on the Vil bounties seem to be a bit more lower APM. We'll see if Aladashek keeps pace better in the second game once he does something different. Although last bounty attempt we watched, he just did 3 variants of attack with villagers. What do we got for game 2? Ladashek going for... Oh, he used both of his refreshes to get to and my axe. Make only throwing axemen or elite throwing axemen. Must make at least 2 and villagers and win. And Lighty is going for 4 towers and a funeral. Build a tower in all the exact 4 corners of the map. Delete your civilization's highest value unit by total resource amount, excluding docks, and win. So we got an ad starting in 55 seconds that I'm going to let run before we start. I'm going to get up and refill my water, and then we will do game 2 of this set. Be right back.
Have you ever wanted a brand new purse, but also wanted a delicious meal? Hi, my name's Alligator Randy, and if there's one thing I enjoy, it's a good alligator. Come on down to Alligator Randy's, home of the newest trend, where we make your purse while you eat the crocodile the purse is made from. All of our alligators are kept as fresh as possible in the alligator pen. Our professional alligator handlers ensure that the alligator of your choosing has never been involved in a human-to-alligator confrontation. Our alligators are raised with the utmost care in the alligator death swamp pit from which no man has returned. Alligator Randy's, home of the world's least secure rope bridge. Whoops, don't slip. Alligator Randy's, ask about our death pit.
From the makers of Circle with a rectangle on top comes the all-new Triangle with a hexagon nearby. Enjoy the peace and tranquility of Triangle with a hexagon nearby the pool, at the beach.
I used to have problems. We all have problems. That's why I looked for a solution. Hi, I'm Barry the Beaver, and I'm here to inform you about our all-new product, Barry's Tail Wax and Lubricant. Tired of your tail not making that awesome slapping sound you love? Are your friends, loved ones, and co-workers disgusted by your horrible slap? Is your tail covered in boils, lesions, or does it fail to smell like vanilla? Well, our vanilla-scented tail wax is made with just 43 ingredients, tailor-selected to make it easy to open, easy to apply, and even easier to remove. Why go through life with a substandard tail? Also, I guess if you're a sick you can use it as lubricant. You sick
Ow!
Barry's Tail Wax. Smells like vanilla, tastes like beaver. You sick
The timing of that was crazy. The ad finished right as "you sick."
Ow!
So people coming back from the ad are just like, "Why is there a beaver swearing at me?"
Alan!
Alan! In the north, Aladashek playing as the Franks going for and my axe. Make only throwing axemen or elite throwing axemen. Must make at least twos, just like last with the time with the petards. And Vils and wins. See, he's going for an and Vils thing, chat.
Alan!
This is like Aladashek's jam. Lighty in the south playing as the Britons, another archer civ. Oh no, direct counter to the throwing axemen. Aladashek getting no luck from the bounty synergy here. 4 towers in a funeral. Let's inspect our 4 towers. Thankfully, the cliff doesn't go into the tower. I'd probably make an allowance if that happened. Northern corner is clear. Western corner is clear. Southern corner. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Lighty's got a problem. Chat, Lighty's got a problem. It has to go in the exact corner. It has to go here, which means he has to chop all of this wood or onager it down in order to claim his bounty.
Mandatum?
And that is tough. What the hell was that noise? One second. I'm being messaged by my job. They need a combo. They need a combination lock combination that only I have the combo to, guys. You got to give me a minute. I apologize. We'll run highlights while I figure this out, because I need to do this right now. Give me a minute. Mangoes need a half decent shot on the... Oh my god! And they just got smoked by the Mangoes. Into a GG. Naruto... I don't know if Chip will win, but I think they'll do the bounty. All right. You're not going to get over the prediction button. It's pretty sweet. Oh! You'll be able to counter castle in a minute. You could probably buy a castle if you had a market. Yeah, he has a market. You should buy a castle and castle this foundation right now before... Her name's Greg. She's a castle technician. Her name's Greg. She's a castle... Now, of course, I am going to have to permanently ban Arg from the channel for doing this with a non-Mangonel Civ. So I'm sorry, Arg. It's been a good run. The time for spear destruction has come. Kill the farms. Arg knows what he's got to do to make this happen. He is so close. And Togawa can't, like, delete his TC to deny the bounty even if he knows what's coming, because that's his MTC. The castle drop is the building that finishes the dumbest wall. A ton of the scorpions. Deals a pile of damage on top of that. And there's another huge shot. Plotterghost just took out, I think, 9-8 scorpions there with a single volley from that Mango, and the rest are all going to go down.
Alan! Ow!
Another one.
Huh? Alan!
And another one.
Waiting for my laptop to turn on. Because I think it's on my laptop. Also, I found out the noise was a thing being hooked up next door. I apologize, everybody. I'm going as fast as I can. My laptop is not turning on, which is great. There it goes. Here, have some movement while I do this.
Hey, bro!
What's your question?
My question is, what the hell?
I used to have problems.
I broke stuff. Maybe it's a picture? Holy crap, I don't know where it is.
Jen. You right to jail.
I'm so sorry, guys. They're in the arena trying to move the horn right now.
And it's gone!
To protect it.
This is fine. I'm okay with the events that are unfolding for me. That's okay. Things are gonna be okay. Why?
Maybe it's in an email. I know I have it somewhere. This is getting to me. It's such a bad time for this right now. I don't know. It might have to be.
We still need some Harvard doctor to tell us who's alive and who's dead. Decided to make sure that our dead were completely dead. Out of kindness.
Huh?
I know I have it written down somewhere. I just don't know where. This is maddening. I got it. Ha
And it's gone.
I got it, Chad. I found it. I actually found this stupid combination code. I'm moving it to my other notes right now, so I don't lose it again. Alright, that's dealt with now for all time.
I find your lack of
memory
disturbing.
Remember a four code combination from 9 years ago. I got 3 of the numbers right. Pardon me.
This is fine. I'm okay with the events that unfolded for me.
We're good now, chat. I apologize, everybody. I'm sorry about that. They're doing preparations for the game we're playing on Saturday, so probably want to move the horn out of where people could stand around it and get it to somewhere where it's not going to explode their eardrums, so they're probably just going to move it and set it up somewhere else. So we lock back in on this game. Ladashek in the north going for And My Axe. What numbers did you get right? The last 3. I missed the first one. Because you have a big horn. It's a train horn, Friday Films. It's a literal, and it's not one of the little cheapy handheld crappy horns. It's like a full-size train horn that I bought from a train part manufacturing company. And then I had to like rig my own system to get it to plug into like a regular air compressor. I had to build and I got a custom made part out of brass. I've installed them all around Toronto for like I think half a dozen teams. There's one in Milton. There used to be one in Newmarket. There's one in Markham, or there used to be. I don't know if they still use it. There's one in North York, Serena. The King Rebellion have one. So they're moving it to not be where people are. Good. I want to lock in. This is a super important set to the standings in this tournament. There's a high, we're starting to get to a point where they're starting to have money implications as well. Everybody gets minimum $50 for getting it this far, but 4th place, I think, gets 75 or 70 or something. 3rd gets like a boost, and then 2nd and 1st, I think, are like 120 or 150 and 200. I'd be excited to hear a train horn in a stadium. The the hockey clip that we watched earlier, the goal horn sound, that was the horn going off. And you can imagine how loud it is that it's going over top of the guy yelling "Yarr!" into a microphone a foot from his face, and all of the fans screaming and everything. In the AFL last night, Collingwood played the Blues.
Ready.
That's funny. What's Lighty? Oh, Lighty's scouting the corners. Right. Lighty wants to make sure the corners are all clear. So far, he only knows about one, which is the one at the back of his base he's going to have to chop. But he's got that one locked in. So he has to build a tower right here, chat. And then he has to delete a unit. What's his highest value unit? It's probably going to be a trebuchet. Because it's whatever they cost total resource amount. Doesn't matter what the resources are. So I'm pretty sure it's a treb. Pretty sure it's a trebuchet. Docs don't matter. The Sharks dropped their game tonight. We picked 7th overall. Isn't there a lottery or something that has to happen? Where are these militia at? There they are. Just coming out now. Loose Lighty scouting around trying to find an opening, and Latishek doing his best to close it up. Only throwing Axeman against the Britons could be tough. I wouldn't be surprised if we see a Latishek lean on his kind of villager all-in strategy again. 7th overall odds. Yes, yes, yes. That's what it is. Can you use the unit and delete it when it's about to die? Yes. Yes, you can, Zuvela. So you could actually use the trebuchet, kill a castle, and then when your opponent calls GG, delete it. That would technically work. Zuvela seems to be an expert at picking apart the little loopholes you can and advantages you can take with the wording of the bounty. I should just hire you before the next tournament to just try and cheat every single one, Zuvela. Pay you $1 for everyone you figure out a loophole on. Because you've got a few of those that he's figured out. Little sneaky things you can do. Beetle's in here now for Latishek, who's very obviously going a fast castle build. We'll expect to see him mark it in a second. Latishek has a big, long wall. You're gonna enter the next one, Zuvela? Sunday is supposed to be the grand final, Friday Films. The goal is going to be to have the players play it on Saturday or Sunday early, and then cast it around like 18, 19 GMT on Sunday. Although, my team is playing Game 2 at Newmarket that day. I kind of want to go watch it. What time does that start? Maybe I come here after. Wait, today is the 16th. Game's at 7. Maybe I could squeeze in. Well, that's supposed to be the grand finals day. I'm gonna just have to miss that, unfortunately. It's game 2 at least. But yeah, I'm probably gonna miss that one. And do the grand final tournament cast. I could do the grand final tournament cast on Monday. I should do it on Sunday though, no. Yeah, we're aiming at Sunday for the grand finals. I'm gonna stick with that. Man, I really want to go on Sunday. I don't know what to say, guys. I'll have to make a call. We'll see what the players' schedules are like, too. Yeah, it's not an elimination game, but I want the team to see that I'm there. Like, I want to show my support to them. And I'm going to be very distracted during the cast the whole time. I don't know, man. If I start early, then it might work. If I start early, if I start like at maybe like 16 GMT instead. And then go afterwards. But if the games go long, oof. Castle going down from Latishek. If it wasn't the final championship, I would never have think about it. What? Yeah, that's yeah. Why did you leave, Lighty? Where are you going? Is that open? That looks open. Might be one of those things that looks like it's open, but isn't. Sometimes cliffs can be a little messy that way. The throwing axemen are here. Lighty has crossbows on the way, well, archers, but I'm assuming he's going to make a crossbow switch shortly. Britons get cheap town centers. Last few times we've seen Britons picked in the tournament was because players were trying to go for the build a bajillion town centers bounty. So Aladashek has already shown a keen awareness for what his opponent might be going for after game 1. As he walled in his own stone mine to try to prevent the opponent from doing their bounty. Does Blue know that's open? He's going to attack the bear, whether he wants to or not if he's not careful. He actually doesn't see that. He just assumes it's closed. Alright, Aladashek. I think Aladashek should go forwards with the throwing axeman right away. And then castle drop. And I wonder if he's going to try to boom up into a bajillion axemen. He's still on 1 TC. He's switching back and forth between constant Vil production. He has a little bit of idle time now and trying to keep the throwing axeman running as well. Could he get in and do damage? Well, yes. Where's the crossbows? Crossbows are going forwards and throwing axemen are going the other way, so. Blue hasn't spotted any, well, no, he saw the castle foundation. I take it back. And he's going to try and take out some of the Woodvilles. I don't think Aladashek has any trapped wood, so. Oh, and my PC just lost connection. Weird shit continues to happen here today, and I no longer have my connection to the other PC. It just died seconds ago. My mouse runs over the network. There it goes. Fixed it. All right. I'm using my mouse over a network. Throwing Axemen came in and looks like they pushed some of the Vils off that wood line. They have 1 kill, but there's crossbows now there waiting, and Lighty's going to re-wall that with a house. It's a lot of throwing Axemen, though. There's a dozen of them. And we have our first tower. The first tower... Wait. I say first tower. We have our second tower. I missed Lighty's first tower? Where did the... What? It's got to be from him, right? We're going to track Journey here. We're going to track the Journey. There he goes. So how did he get there? That's why I try to never be distracted during casts, because... So how did he get here, though? I skipped past it. There he is. Alright, well, he just walked. He just went for a good long walk, guys. Alright. Back to where we were. So that's 2 of the 4 towers done now for Lighty. Why wall them? Making sure that they can't just get sniped by something. The throwing axemen come out to clear up that little bit of army that was being irritating on the one wood line of Aladashek. And he's looking in a little bit better position now. He even cleared a good number of the crossbows, enough to make the army numbers a bit more favorable, and he's picking up the movement speed upgrade for them as well. Could use the second armor, but not the expense of villager production or throwing axeman production. He would, if he takes a fight and Lighty's not careful, Lighty will have the range advantage, of course, then he would very easily wipe that out. Bearded Axe is pretty expensive. 300 food, 300 gold at this stage is very expensive. Lighty might be keen enough to understand that Aladashek is going for the throwing axeman bounty, which is a bit of a unfortunate thing for Aladashek. But Lighty having just gotten a single point in the first game, maybe Ladishek, but he's not going to change gears. This guy goes for the bounty every time. Unless he makes a mistake. Oh, he's going to castle drop is what he's going to do. There's no castle at home for Lighty, and he doesn't have stone. He, in fact, built another town center a moment ago. And a castle drop at the front on this gold would be really nice. I wouldn't even do that. You don't even do that. You bust in with the throwing axeman and you build it like here or something stupid. Even in here. Does he have arson? Arson's on the way. Blue's going to try to wall that out with stone. You got to be paying attention. Oh, not close enough attention. Blue will get some stone wall foundations, and now the castle is going to have to go down out here. Somehow that villager didn't die from like 8 throwing axemen hitting her at once. Oh, and that's actually open. The throwing axemen are in, and we are in a crossbow throwing axemen duel. Ladishek has managed to get into a position where he's able to take advantage of his unit's damage output against and numbers against the crossbows. And Lighty's base is a mess. And boy, if Ladishek had just managed to hold off dropping that castle and get it down inside, the game might be over. But as it is, Lighty is going to add another crossbow in the back on the other TC. And Ladishek has decent position to apply lots of pressure at the front of Lighty's base. And maybe the key now for Ladishek is just crank those throwing axeman numbers. I'm not sure what he's going to do. He's got Wheelbarrow coming in back at home. There's a single scout poking around the back of his base from Lighty. And he's going to kill the market. Now both players know nobody's going for the trade bounty here. While this was happening, Lighty went and built the third of 4 towers he needs to build. The last one, even though it's the closest, might prove to be the most tricky, because he's got a lot of wood he needs to chop through. Looks like the crossbows scared the throwing axeman back into the castle. Yeah. Mandatum. The throwing maximum sneaking back in the south side. Lighty getting pushed off the wood line. Oh, you should kill the range. Kill the archery range. Oh, he's leaving. Why are you leaving? I guess he's worried about crossbows. Maybe siege even at this point. Military, do Britons get, basically you're asking if Britons get onager, and they do. They do get onager. Yeah, see, Ladishek just can't close that distance. He doesn't have bearded axe yet, but even if he did, I think that only gives them an extra 1 range. They have 3, so it's always going to be like a 3 or 4 versus like 8 range matchup. Missing the fight, Grathrang. You're missing the fight, Grathrang. Holy fuck. No, we're going back. We're going back. Took the worst. I didn't think he was going to send the crossbows directly at the throwing axes. And boy, it must be pathing. That's got to be a pathing mistake. Kind of working out all right because so many throwing axemen went down at the end. Oh, he's trying to get a pince. And he had some axemen on the left side from that other castle. And he is working away at those crossbow numbers really well. And that's a sick little play from Ladishek. He's got to get that pressure back. Imagine a whole bunch of... Oh, if you can just get the throwing axeman forwards right now. Such an opportunity to try and take that TC out. He can just get them all forwards as soon as he can. It's plus... Oh, they get +2 range? Thank you, lady. I did not know that. Well, that's a little bit better. 7 versus 5 isn't horrible. That's much more workable than 3.
Ready.
40 vills up for Lighty, though. It's will he be able to cut to that final stone tile in the corner? That's what this is going to come down to, is will he get to that final stone tile? That'll give Aladashek more breathing room than he'd otherwise have. But, I mean, that's still a decent number of throwing axemen. I feel like if he could make rams or siege towers, he might be able to make something happen. Because he needs a way of closing the gap between him and the crossbows. Otherwise, if Lighty plays it properly, it's just not a good fight anytime. He would need so many throwing axemen to make that. Or he needs to creep with the castles. Yeah, it's going to be a Trebuchet Paladin. Britain's highest value unit will be a Treb. So Lighty will have always needed this game to go Imperial Age. He is still 4 or 5 tiles away from that corner. And I'm worried that when he hits Imp, Aladashek could call GG. That's what I'm kind of worried about here. Now, Aladashek has no idea what Lighty... I don't know, maybe he senses the urgency. I think what he needs to do is accidentally lose a bunch of crossbowmen. I think he needs to walk his crossbows into a castle foundation or something like that. Intentionally. In order to try and keep Aladashek in a position he thinks he can win. I mean, for all I know, he might be. With 36 throwing axemen and still climbing. That's not inconsiderable. The army number's way in favor of Aladashek. He has enough throwing axemen that he might be able to, like, once he gets to that 40-50 throwing axemen mark, those buildings are going to go down really fast. So if his army's at a position like it is right now, it can go very... No, I think that's a bad play. He sees the foundation going down, though, and Aladashek wants to engage where the main army, the longbows, there's Vils. This is going to be an interesting fight no matter what happens. The Vils being pulled back, more throwing axemen come in, and actually we got throwing axemen taking out longbowmen, something that should never happen. My goodness, what a play from Aladashek there. Crossbows have backed off, trying to lure some of the throwing axemen over. And as soon as Lighty hits Imp, he gets extra range on the crossbows. But he's going to lose those. And while this was happening, Aladashek built another forward castle. Has Aladashek seen any of the towers? Negative. Oh, come on. It can, if the throwing axes can get here in time, there's 20 Vils here. That's a lot to try and smash this. Oh, they're pathing. He's deciding against it. He might be deciding against it. Going this way. If he just pushed south, this is all open. The throwing axeman could take that out and walk right in, maybe. There's not that many longbowmen. He's going to go around this side instead. Go in here. If he can just start shooting at TCs with these things, they'll start dying. Another castle from Lighty, though. Lighty inching closer to the corner that he needs to build that tower in. And this still is looking sketchy for both players. Although if that castle makes it up, I think Aladashek's got to try and slice one of them down. He's hitting the university at the moment. He may have tried to patrol in. I don't know. Maybe he's trying to stop chemistry. Lighty should be using the Treb to cut, not hit the castle. He's almost there. Every time I look back, there's another tree missing. That is so many throwing axemen. At least Aladashek probably won't call GG until those die or something. He'll try and take one big last fight for sure. Oh man, I'd love to see a castle or a TC go down to throwing axemen though. He's being efficient as heck too. He's rebuilding the lumber camp as soon as he can each time, trying to get the Vils to chop as quickly as possible. I bet he just, yeah, he's going to camp the TC and slice it down. Watch. There it goes. Castle is ranging him, though. That's hurting. The hill will help. Yeah, he's struggling to make that work. How close are we now? Getting very close. TC insistently going back up from Lighty. I think Lighty's happy to just be buying time on this spot of the map. Never seen that before? I have seen a TC die to throwing axeman before. I have seen that. It's not the most common occurrence, though. Yeah, Lighty doesn't have gold. Oh, Ladishek calls GG! No! It was so close! That's a bit unfortunate for Lighty. You gotta hand it, though, to Ladishek, who gave it his all trying to use the throwing axe bit until it was obvious he couldn't win. Too many longbows showing up. And, boy, that was a close one. Single point there for Lighty for that game. There it is. So he's got 3 points on the set. We'll take a quick peek at the rankings before we move on to game 3 here between Ladishek and Lighty. 17-9, the Eco KD is surprisingly good for Ladishek. And 111 to 75 is also really good considering he was going up against arguably a unit that counters him. So very well played again by Ladishek. All of Ladishek's games have been very entertaining as he's giving his all trying to complete the bounty each time. So props to Ladishek for sure. I am going to look at the rankings and remind myself Lighty with 2 points. So after that, he has 5. So he's sitting like 2 points back of that second spot right now. And would still have a set after that. So even though it's just 3 points that he's got, those are 3 super important points in the overall rankings. So at the very least, working out for Lighty that way. Wouldn't be surprised if we see a tier 3 bounty attempt from a Ladishek who might be a little bit desperate to try and get some points claimed. And going into game 3, in fact, we are going to get another one. He's doing Andean Revolution. Ladishek picking the villager-only bounties. He really seems to like these ones. As Incas build a maximum of 1 tower before Castle Age, not allowed to produce anything but villagers. So a villager all-in bounty as the Incas. He does get blacksmith upgrades applied to them beginning in Castle Age. And Lighty's going for Santa's Reindeer, another one that we've seen twice today. Santa's Reindeer collect 4 of your deer or all of your chickens in a single pen. They must survive and win. We actually already had a successful completion of that in the Volkorn Kex Plotter Ghost set from earlier. I've got the game loaded in. Let's get going. Ladishek playing in the West as the Incas. Hold on, I gotta reset that. I said reset that. No, not the score. I pushed the wrong button. There we go. Yeah, Ladishek in the West playing as the Incas for Andean Revolution. And Lighty going for chitons. Collect 4 deer. Where are our chickens? Where's we got deer or chickens? First of all, that's the first question. All right, we've got deer, but they're forwards. They are forwards. There's another batch over there. There's an extra batch of 4 emu there, and I think there's one down here somewhere. I guess not. Is it just the one extra batch? There's that extra batch. Yep, there's 2 extra batches of 4 emu. So that helps out Lighty a little bit. Total of 12 emu scattered across the map. Yeah, 2 points here for Lighty. I don't blame him going for tier 1, man. That's with the way that the points are working out so far for everybody other than Tagawasaki Koi. I think that's a great strategic choice. Ladishek's bounty. ... How would he win? This one has been done twice during the tournament, Emmerich. Believe it or not, this is actually, we've seen this one completed in the tournament. So, the Incas have a bonus. Where is it? Villagers affected by infantry blacksmith upgrade starting in Castle Age. So, they can upgrade them a pretty decent amount as they'll get extra attack and extra armor. And extra movement speed as well, right? As well as being affected by arson on top of all of that. Not sure we completed it 300 elo up though. Usually the other way around. Yeah, well, Aladashek won one of Aladashek's sets. He pulled off a villager only victory against somebody. Was it Duduju? Someone a few hundred elo higher than him. Yeah, didn't he win the set versus Duduju, Aladashek? Doing a tier 3 bounty? I think he did. It's an interesting settlement. It's going to touch wood and be proximal to the stone as well. So again, he's only allowed to build one tower. He's got a great spot to put it. Somewhere around here, it's going to be protecting stone, gold, and wood if he gets it in a good enough spot. But kind of a great base for Aladashek with the rear gold trapped between two wood lines at the back and another wood line out front. Berries are kind of ugly. Secondary resources aren't great, but decent other than that. Stone maybe a little exposed. Lighty working with a nice rear gold and rear stone. Secondary gold should be wallable. And it's in a corridor, so you TC drop here and you take a nice little chunk of map control there. Main stone at the front on the other side of a hill, secondary gold way off on the outside. But 3 wood lines and set up in a corner for Lighty. Aladashek is in a corner too, but I feel like it's just a little bit more... Maybe it's not so bad. That's not too bad. Yeah, he's got a pretty decent situation going for walling if he felt like it. Emu reset. Oh, he's pushing... Oh! Okay, so Lighty's gonna he's pushing the emu all the way over to this far eastern box in the back corner. I like it. Last time we saw this attempted, it was Volkor Kex, and he made a little pen just next to his TC, but I pointed out the entire game how risky it is if he ever had any army come in his base, that if somebody sees that, they're gonna shoot the emu. They're gonna know. That's a long way to push the emu, though. You want a Gamba. It is true that historically fighting emu does not go well. I'd agree with that. Here were ostriches, no one would shoot an ostrich. Well, yeah, that's true. And maybe that's why he's being more careful with the emu. Emu and humans don't have good history. Red's base is like on Rampart from... What, because of all the hills? That's one of the emu down. 3 to go. Dude, Lighty... Lighty has been on point with the bounty attempts. I love it. How far away? Like, that's so far away. Even these, like, that's just miles away. To have to push that. You just push them all the way across the map if you feel like. Uh-oh. Feudal Age, though. If Aladashek starts coming forwards, it's going to complicate things for Lighty's deer push. He's trying to make up for the not having the deer available for food by, I think, making the early pastures. What if we'll see another one, or if he's going to go more to wood. Or gold. Titans have some pretty decent options. Well, let's see if I can keep the push in frame while we do that. So the Leo Dao, they've got lamellar armor where infantry and skirms reflect damage. That could be relevant against the Incas here. And they got regenerating cavalry. And they have faster trading skirm, spears, scout cavalry. So they got some options. Takes a lot of multitasking. Oh, I can imagine. I'm surprised how clean the eco is. Just 5 seconds idle time, despite pushing a deer way off to the eastern Narnia. What's she doing over here? What's she up to? Make more walls? We have natural defense from the cliff. That helps. I can't believe how close you got last game, lady. Yeah, I think he's going to make a more expanded wall, maybe. He'll be halfway there with the pushes. It's crazy how long this has taken. The distance is so far. Gotta push it open. Get that. Gotta get that sheep in there. Oh, I see the strat. I see the strat. We're gonna expand the pen. I like it. I like it. Being a little finicky getting through the gate. You don't want to he doesn't want to unlock the gate because it would let that one out. I see now. So he's expanding the gate each time one goes over there. Just making the APM needed even worse. Latishek's wondering, what the f is going on? Why is nothing happening? If I'm Latishek, I'm taking this. Like, my opponent's not attacking me, I gotta make a bajillion villagers. Like... I don't understand how the mechanic for deer resets work. I think if it stays in one spot for a while, it's not supposed to move, but they will. I didn't even think about that when you were doing it earlier. I think if they're too far away, then they reset. So this might be too far away to stop it from not resetting. Whereas yours were, like, just a little bit closer. I don't know. That is not a mechanic I'm super familiar with, I have to admit. So the Chitons get like an extra, what is it? Melee attack upgrades are doubled. That was what I was thinking of. So we might see forging from Lighty here if he feels like he can actually break in and do damage. He probably isn't. Actually, there's no way. Not with having to deal with this. This is number 3. Latishek's up to Castle Age. Sure, Latishek's happy you just didn't have to make a defensive tower somewhere. Temptation to build a spear when you got scouts just whacking a building's got to be so strong, though. We have there's a one tile now that's the type of water I like right there. A one tile pond. The relic is messing with the pathing a little bit. So how's he going to handle this? Push it in there. Yeah, push it down there. Alright, this is the moment, chat, where it all starts to count. Can't she get the quick walls up before it resets? Boom! Third one trapped. Lighty is just one deer away from having his condition met, and then he can go back to playing AoE 2. Well, he's being... Volkor and Kex, though, you got very, very lucky. If any player in the tournament walked into your base, they could have denied your bounty in seconds. And it's conceivable for that to have happened. A single ranged unit and you're donezo. Lighty, if this gets found, I'm actually going to go nuts. It's way off. He put so much effort into hiding it from Latishek. He's 7 villagers up. And Latishek has to make villagers only, so we'll see what happens once the Castle Ages come. That'll be a little bit closer, but for now, Lighty is going to have more villagers. We've seen how extending the amount of time it takes for you to get to the next stage pays off repeatedly in the tournament, especially with all the Dark Age Rush bounties that there are. He's slowly working forwards. What happened to those scouts? I think they left. He might have actually wanted some scouting information once he spotted the outpost. I'm thinking he spotted the outposts by now. Yeah. Yeah, Lighty's not had good luck with the timing of the bounties. He did have luck with the bounty synergy though. Like game 1 and 2 of this, especially game 2 with the archers versus throwing axemen. Like he picks an archer civ and a bounty he can do with the Britons against the throwing axemen. I think that's pretty lucky. Where'd it go? Where'd it go? Ooh, there's no Vill over here right now. Oh, there she is. No, she was hiding in the house. Is this locked? Okay, it's locked. And I don't... Is that... Nice. And now we complete the pen. They are all in the same pen now. There's no separation between them. I probably would have counted it anyways because they're in the same basic structure. But that is 100% a bounty completion in line. All Lighty's got to do now is win. And he's got Step Lancers on the way. Here we go. Can Ladashek hold off Step Lancers with Incan Villagers? He's not picked up any upgrades for them yet. Yeah, I think Paladin, because Britons are so good in Imp, maybe. Or just to pick a strong civ. You know, you got to don't forget that the players are going to want to pick a civilization they're familiar and good with. Should have stonewalled it. I mean, the way this is looking, it's going to end up double walled anyways. And this is like something out of the King Snipe Cup. Oh, if Ladashek somehow finds that, it'd be hilarious. The game ends and you see your opponent has a weird structure at the back of their base with a bunch of deer in it. You're like, ah!
Welcome to the 6 pathetic humans now entering.
Oh, Emma Stonewalls. Good to see you.
Walls S stream. You shall be destroyed.
Thank you very much for the raid and welcome in everybody. Just in time for game 3 of Ladashek versus Lighty, and we got another set starting up after this, so lots of AoE 2 left to go. This game in particular has some huge point implications for the tournament. As I think if either player managed a win and a bounty claim, they would jump to the second place spot, which would put them in line for silver. Thank you for the follow. Much appreciated. Have an explosion. Oh my god, I almost killed the Step Lancers. Change it to deleting a hero. I don't see a Ladashek winning this unless he gives up on the bounty. Incavilles are too weak to fight a Chitin army with no restriction.
So Borelli
maybe towers?
_stone_walls to consume a tier 1 amount of rank.
Thank you very much, Soberly. That's very generous of you. Thank you. Hope your day and stream is going well. It is. Couple distractions, but nothing that stopped the awesome flow of good content. This bounty tournament is amazing. So Lighty is 11 villagers back. But again, Ladashek not going to be making any army. If you guys just joining in, this is the Showdown Cup. Both players are assigned a pool of 6 challenges before each game. They select one to try to complete against the opponent. They do not know each other's bounties or pools. And if they win, they get 1 point. If they complete their challenge or bounty, they complete it, then they get additional points depending on how difficult it is. And there's different levels. If you look on the top right corner of the 2 bounties, you can see a Roman numeral that tells you how many points they get for completing it. So Andean Revolution here for Ladashek. He's only allowed to make villagers. He's allowed to build 1 tower before Castle Age, and he's not allowed to make anything but vills.
It's time for a pathetic.
And Lighty
train.
going for. Thank you very much for the hype train.
It's at 1,600.
Thank you very much for the hype train. And Lighty's going for Santa's reindeer. Collect 4 deer to pen, which he has done. He's got his 4 emu in his back pen there. Ladashek would have had to start the attack in feudal to stand a chance. Yeah, maybe. Start with a tower push. I don't know, man. If he adds 3 more TCs, 4 more TCs, and focuses on just building a ton of them, he does need a castle, though.
_stone_walls just made all of the channel point redeems cost 1 point.
There you go. That's how you use your channel points right there. I'll hit the bongos. I think you'd like the Alan redeem, Emma.
Hello? Yes?
Sometimes it may be good, sometimes it may be shit.
Alan! Alan!
Guys, have you seen the rat gang rat? The rat gang? Rat gang? Gang rat. I don't remember.
No, God!
Is it gang rat or rat gang?
Emotional, damn it! No!
I always mix up names. The streamer, rat gang.
Another one.
Did the bongos add to the experience?
Gang rat. Rat gang.
And it's gone.
Oh my god. That's some serious memeing, my goodness. Oh. That is some serious memeing. It's currently turned off. I'm sorry. So I don't get copyright claimed on YouTube. More TCs going down from Aladashek, and he's up to him. He's got multiple castles to defend with. And he's picking up some infantry upgrades. Everybody's like, oh, Aladashek's not going to win. But we are at least going to see him try. He always tries for the bounty. He has abandoned it, I think, once in the tournament to go for the W instead. Maybe he feels the pressure because of the no points that he's gotten from the first two. We'll see. He's definitely making a shot at this. He's gone up to 100 vills. And how many TCs is that? 7? 7 town centers. I have to drop off as nearly 2 a.m. Wish you guys a good stream. Have an explosion, Emma. Thank you for the raid. And welcome in all of Emma's viewers. One more time. Let's see if Alighty can make this push happen. Should be easy. He's going to be able to pick up imp upgrades for his step lancers in a minute. As soon as he banks some res. Which he's doing. He's not making more. Heavy camel. That's a misclick if I've ever seen one. He wants that step lancer upgrade. No, step lancer. There it is. Lighty might be getting a little excited thinking like, I got the bounty. I got the bounty. 5 points here for Lighty if he manages to win here would be huge. Would put him directly in line. A strong contender. What is this zigzag? What? When did that get added? That's wild looking. Makes a lot more sense strategically as a defensive structure with the zigzags in it. Especially from any grenades. And you can't say there's no grenades in AoE 2 because there's literally grenadiers. The scouts are camping right by this prospective TC spot and they are going to pick some vills off from Aladashek. As I think maybe... Oh, a castle drop was going down. I didn't even notice it. Aladashek clearly didn't notice till the last... Or pardon me, Lighty didn't notice Aladashek's castle drop until the last second either. The step lancers coming back at the last second to try to deny it, but it will go up right in the middle of the map. It's even on a relic, kind of denying the relic. But remember, Aladashek can't make monks to pick up relics even. Six points in our hearts. I'm counting the last tower. The great Vil Flow army will begin short. Look at all the TCs. Aladashek really going to go for it here. Step Lancer is going to try and sniff around and find a way in the back. This is decently walled, though. They'd have to go through that university. Would probably be the easiest way in there. Aladashek also picking up Bracer, and he has ballistics for the town centers. And Lighty got a stone from all the tiles, even though he only needed to get from the piles. Oh yeah, there was a hype train. I totally missed the hype train.
1,600 and had percent contributors, percent pathetic humans participating.
One day I'll fix the API, whatever has gone wrong with it for the hype train levels. Thank you very much for the support. Still trying to get a TC down here, but now the step lancers are showing up. Lighty's had enough of this external base and wants to get rid of it. We've been hyped the whole time, right? We didn't need a train to tell us. There's a lot of step lancers, but they're pretty spread out, and these guys are going to die with 4 TCs shooting at them. I guess 2. And another castle going down from Aladashek. Aladashek trying to keep the pressure up, and he's got his Vil count climbing as well. He picked up the last armor for the Vils. So these guys have 6 Pierce armor. Holy crap. You'll lose that TC. And can Aladashek make this happen? He still hasn't really gone past Lighty's Vil count. Trying to cling to this castle. But he needs a attack strategy. Maybe he's just trying to buy time to get even more Vils out. The only upgrade he's missing for the Vils, unless he hasn't gotten Arson or the movement speed. He did not get Arson or the movement speed upgrade. Is it Blacksmith upgrades only? Blacksmith upgrades. Okay, for some reason I thought the Barracks upgrades applied too. They don't. So then he's only missing the last attack for the Vils. Oh, when he went over to try and punch the two trebuchets that are hitting that central castle down, we kind of knew that was coming at some point. He manages to get one of them, and the Cav Archer switches in for Lighty. He's up to 4 of them, and he's got some mounted trebuchets. Mounted trebuchet? I don't think I've ever seen this. This is a unit that exists? So they get regular trebuchets and mounted trebuchets? How the hell does this thing work? Well, it's dying very quickly, so I guess that's the answer to that. Latashek's bill count has slipped. He's getting raided in the back by the Step Lancers. That's really stinging him. And that's going to be GG. And Lighty's deer have been kept safe, which means we've got ourselves a bounty claimed. Lighty picking up 5 points in this set. And shutting Latashek out. Final Eco KD is 147 to 7. 147 is out of the final KD here. Eco KD. The general KD 148 to 46. So we did get a bunch of army. You did manage to kill a bunch of army. I'm sure some of that was the TCs. Very well played by Lighty. Super clean. And it's going to put him in an excellent position heading into the final game of the set. Look at the extra APM. Soon as that... Look at the extra APM from pushing the deer. Oh, that's good. This is pushing deer into a pet in the corner APM. And he's just like, oh, I can stop. Okay, time to play AoE 2. That's hilarious. It's a good way to train right there. It's a good way to train. All right, back to the rankings, and let's see exactly what we've got after that set. You got to give me a minute to input the scores from the spreadsheet. While I do that, we can run we'll run the clips, because I know some folks just came in from Emma Stonewalls and probably haven't seen much of the tournament. So I'll run a highlight reel for you guys from some of the past matches while I put the scores in. I don't know if Chip will win, but I think they'll do the bounty. All right. You're not going to get over the prediction button. It's pretty sweet. Oh! You'll be able to counter castle in a minute. You could probably buy a castle if you had a market. Yeah, he has a market. You should buy a castle and castle this foundation right now before... Her name's Greg. She's a castle technician. Her name's Greg. She's a castle... Now, of course, I am going to have to permanently ban ARG from the channel. We're doing this with a non-mangonel sieve, so I'm sorry, Arg. It's been a good run. The time for spear destruction has come. Kill the farms. Arg knows what he's got to do to make this happen. He is so close. And Togawa can't, like, delete his TC to deny the bounty even if he knows what's coming, because that's his MTC. The castle drop is the building that finishes the dumbest wall. A ton of the scorpions. Deals a pile of damage on top of that. And there's another huge shot. Plotterghost just took out, I think, 9-8 scorpions there with a single volley from that mango, and the rest are all going to go down. Sees the foundation going down, though, and Latashek wants to engage where the main army, the longbows, there's Vils. This is going to be an interesting fight no matter what happens. The Vils being pulled back, more throwing axemen come in, and actually we got throwing axemen taking out longbowmen, something that should never happen. Nice. I got one bounty left to put in. I just can't remember Latashek's, or pardon me, Lighty's first bounty. I'm just going to quickly do it this way because it's easy. And then So what was this first one? Jeff's strategy. That's right. Jeff's strategy combo. Over to the rankings, which will update in 1 second. I think that's got it. Give it a minute. Give it a minute. There we go. Man, we only have 3 sets left in the whole tournament. We're going to do Plotter Ghost versus Arg in 1 minute. But Lighty now is tied with Dudu Zhu for that second spot, and he has 1 set left to play, which we are going to cast on Friday. That's tomorrow. So let's see. Volcord Kex could still make a play at. Actually, all of the players that still have games left could easily grab that second spot here, as you can get up to 12 points from a single set. So even Chopsticks could still squeak into second place the way things are looking like they might line up. Lighty would need, if Lighty gets more than 5 points in his set tomorrow, he'll guarantee other players like Chopsticks can't get in. And who else? So Ladishek, oh no, Ladishek is officially knocked out. He's going to be finishing 5th place or lower. So that's it for Ladishek, who had an excellent tournament. Chat, let's see some salutes for Ladishek, who put on a show the entire tournament. Always went for the bounties. It was super entertaining. So congrats to Ladishek. And man, the second round has been a fierce one. Is there a bounty for winning with no mining a stone and gold? There is, Emmerich. There is. If you want, hold on, I can show this for a second. So there's a game show. This entire thing is based on a game show that I normally run where I pull people out of chat, and if they manage to complete the challenge, then they win. Here's my normal challenge. See how it's got money amounts on it? So they show up, I pull people out of chat, they pick one of the challenges and then play it in a ranked 1v1 game. If they manage to win, then they get a cash prize. If they fail, then the prize goes up. And we have a leaderboard that covers that. This is why Chopsticks, if you can see, with the most completions out of anybody. I think that's why he was so good at getting into the second round. We also had a couple other people that got deep, like Smart Guy, that were a part of that. AT41 was into. Some of these guys have decent bounty experience. So this tracks all the completions that we've had. We've paid out almost $3,000 over the 3 years it's been running. Yep. Back to the thing at hand here. Oops, wrong overlay. I'm going to get our next set of bounties in place here. And get the next game loaded in. So what are we doing? Arg and Plotter Ghost. Plotter Ghost sitting at 5 points after 2 sets. Arg sitting at 6 after 2 sets. So the implications here are massive. Probably the set with the most potential to turn the board on its head today, as Arg could leap into second place. Plotter Ghost could leap into second place. Let's get things started. Give a minute for the overlay system to update itself. And we'll head over to the drafts. So these are their starting pools that they had to work with. You'll notice that Arg only has level 3 bounties. That's because he's a 2K plus player, and Plotter Ghost is down around 1500, 1600 elo. So Plotter Ghost is going to have the option of going for the lower, easier bounties. Arg can only do difficult ones here in an effort to try and balance the games a little bit, give players an equal chance to potentially complete a bounty. And what do we have for our first one? So Plotter Ghost decided to pick Barrel of Scorpions. Win with 20 Scorpions, Heavy Scorpions alive at time of victory. One of the most commonly picked bounties in the tournament. And Arg is going for I draw the line! Win with a completed stone wall that touches parallel outsides of the map. So some awesome insanity coming in here. And let's see what we start off with. We've got Khmer for Plotter Ghost, so he's going to have the advantage of some extra distance firing Scorps. And Arg is going for the Teutons, confusingly enough. Win with a completed wall that touches parallel outsides of the map. I'm not sure why the Teutons for this. It could just be to throw the opponent off and make them think they're going to go for the Teuton Scout bounty. Because that's also been a very, very commonly picked choice. And they'll just have some good options. Khmer, though, Scorpions against the Teutons? Not that bad. The Teutons struggle against civs that can do lots of damage using Pierce attack, or because their weakness is Pierce armor, at least compared to their other strengths. And they also lack Bracer for any skirmishers. So maybe even just Arbalests could work. Khmer get pretty crappy Cav archers. They lack Thumb Ring, and I think they do get Parthian. For some reason I thought they missed Parthian too. The lack of Thumb Ring really hurts them. The accuracy without Thumb Ring of Cav archers is terrible. I guess like 40% or 50% or something. Teuton get Ironclad Siege. This is true. The Teutons have an upgrade from their castle that allows them to have extra melee armor on their siege weapons. But the Khmer are going to be doing pierce damage with their Scorpions, and Plotter Ghost clearly picking the Khmer to go for that. Now, he is allowed to make non-Scorpion units, and he also has the option of just going for a victory, which wouldn't be terrible considering he's up against the higher elo opponent. And he's, again, we're fighting over like possibly 2 to 4 points might be enough to swing you into second spot. But realistically, all of the fighting that we have left in the tournament is to determine who's playing Togawa Saki Koi. Because even if Arg got the full 12, he wouldn't be able to manage it. I don't think anybody can manage to unseat Togawa, so Togawa is just watching, waiting to see who's going to have to play. We know that after the first round, we saw some evidence, if I recall correctly, that Togawa had watched previous other people do bounty attempts. And I think it was a combination of him being able to figure out what the opponent's bounty was in one situation in round 2. And also just trying some of the more meta strategies that have developed. So players are clearly watching the tournament and trying to make some decisions based on what they see other people do with the bounties. Plotter Ghost luring in his javelinas. Which reminds me, I ate the rest of my burritos last night, so now I don't have any burritos later. Crap. I'd have to like actually make food. I'm gonna go out and get the chickens. What is Arg up to? He's got a nice big wood line at the front of his base, but it's not gonna help him building his wall. So Arg's bounty, I draw the line. He has to build a stone wall either from any way along this side of the map to anywhere along this side of the map. It has to touch, be only made of stone walls and stone gates. Can't have parts of resources in it or anything like that. It doesn't have to be straight. It says I draw the line, but the line can be crooked. It just has to touch both sides. You could also go for this side to this side. So maybe like something along that outer edge could work. But I think the best option would be go right along the back. At this elo, we tend to see the players try to make use of the stone wall they build and put it out front though. Draw a line is a lot of stone. I think someone figured out, and if you play as the Mayans, it's 650 stone. So you got to assume a slight bonus if or slightly more, of course, if you're playing as a non-wood or non-stone wall bonus civ, or however that works. Maybe that was for the Incas, I don't remember now. It was for a stone bonus civ, not a regular civ, though. Did someone work that out? Oh, and then like the Lion of Saudi Arabia. Well, what, to get destroyed before it starts even finishing? I don't know what the hell happened there. I'm slightly uninformed. I just know that they were building a big long line city and now they're not. It's always funny in 4v4 randoms when one person tries to go for a stone wall in a fortress. Fortress Arena, there's a few other maps that are really good for team games. They tend to make for better games at least. Any of the maps where early pressure doesn't instantly end the game because it's so easy to find the weakest of the 4 team of the team. Like a team, if it was 4 equal players versus 4 equal players, it'd be excellent. Everyone thinks they're crazy till it works. Yeah. Being able to just protect trade on a team game map like that too. ARG won't have much trade to protect here. That's for sure. So are these Jaguars? Black Panthers. All right. Is there a difference between a Panther and a Jaguar? Or is it just like a naming thing? I thought they were pretty close. It's like how there's a bajillion different names for mountain lion. There's like there's like 130 something names or something for a mountain lion or cougar or puma or wildcat or what the hell else is there? There's like a bajillion. Stupid idea anyway. No matter if they built it into work, it would have been at least worse than making a regular city. It would make sense if the entire line was along a coast, maybe. Because then logistically, it would be very easy to make a master plan for the city. Like, okay, here's where all the desalination ports are, and here's where the water flows. It flows in straight lines out from the thing that we made. Everything's a grid. Then it would make sense. So far, both players comparable idle time. ARG with 16, Plotter with 20, and both players have a pair of scouts running around the opponent's base. ARG trying to add a third one in, gets caught out by Plotter's pair of scouts. Oh my god. Peter Viter picked a peck of Plotter's pair's scouts. And one of them went in, the other one didn't, and it got stabbed to death by a bunch of ills. This is still open. Plotter Ghost never finished it, and has a bunch of ills standing around staring at what they didn't finish. It's like the construction crews in my city. Hey! Oh! Oh! Hey! Oh, come on, Blotter. Garrison! Oh my god. Garrison, your villager! Plotter Ghost forgets he's playing as the Khmer. Did you like that one, Emmerich? I need a Johnny Carson drum roll golf swing. Once in a while I say something that's actually witty. Forget I'm a mangonel for a minute. Would make sense if you had no choice due to the landscape around. It's in a f***ing desert. Just become not a line? No! This is unacceptable. Ah! Speaking of lines that are being built, the beginning of this one has begun, and it looks like ARG is going to go from the northeast side of the map to the southwest side. And it's going to meander and go around some resources, but try to stay out of the way of the action. And hopefully from Plotter Ghost spotting it. It only takes one tile going down to fail it. It has to be up at the end of the map. At the end of the match, pardon me. Keep missing my mute button. There we go. ARG trying to get some pokes in. Plotter Ghost doesn't want to make any more scouts. He wants to get up. Res Collected is actually in favor of Plotter Ghost at the moment, who has had a very, very clean Dark and Feudal Age so far. Definitely helped along by the fact that he's Khmer and gets the faster gathering food. And also that ARG may not want to pressure too much in Feudal Age and take his opponent out before he has his wall built. Small walls are your friends against scouts. One palisade there, please. Thank you. Some terrible micro from Plotter Ghost, who now remembers that he's Khmer. was garrisoning in the house there. The lion is good. Ah, stupidity. I love it. It's gonna cost... Does it cost more if he goes diagonally? Or less? More or less? Less, I think. I think you cover... Oh, it should be the same. Yeah, it should be the same because it's tile by tile. Yeah, because they're one tile structures. Yeah, it's the same amount of tiles. As long as it doesn't go like, actually sideways. Should be fine. He's about halfway there in terms of his positioning, but maybe like a third of the way there in terms of the amount that's completed. But that's growing rapidly. He got 2 vills over there helping out. It is costing him though. He's like 100 plus res behind Plotterghost, and man, you don't want to mess around with Khmer Eco. You let their farms go unharassed for too long, and that food just pours in. Khmer vs. Students is fun. I agree, Emmerich. It gives Plotterghost an actual chance of doing this one, even though he's got this massive 1000 elo gap to worry about. The fact that he's going to go into a bajillion Scorpions, has a set strategy, has been like cleaner than Arg even so far through into Castle Age. Well, Arg will beat him up. I think Plotterghost has set himself up about as well as he could hope for at this point. And I also think that Arg's selection of bounty against the lower elo opponent was on point, as this one doesn't require him to mess with his army composition, which is the main thing he's going to want to use. Like, I feel like if you're high elo, you're always going to be able to figure out a way to counter the low elo with army choices being faster and reading ahead in multiple steps. Low elo is going to be dependent on picking a decent choice of army combination and then maintaining pressure and momentum. And that's realistically how we would see Plotterghost win. So what that looks like, at least what I think it would look like to me, is a pair of forward siege workshops cranking Scorpions immediately, but could also make them defensively and then get up to like more than 20 Scorps, maybe like 40. Yeah, Scorps and Hussar. Plus they can add hand cannons, Amric. Khmer do get hand cannon, which are notoriously strong against the Teutons till they get their own hand cannons. Ballista elephants might do good too. It would counter Teutonic Knights. They would do better than regular ballistas against, or like regular Knights or Cavalier or Paladin. Get the double crossbow tech. Yeah, I don't know. It feels tough for the Teutons to counter. The main counter to ballista would be like bombard cannons or onagers. That does hurt. Khmer up against the bombard civ is always kind of tough because they tend to struggle super late imp. There's like a, not like, well, I should say they struggle late imp and then they come back around in super late imp when their farm eco starts paying off once again. So far right now, Plotterghost I think is just trying to manage the Teuton Knight numbers, and the Teuton Knights do get extra melee attack. So compared to a or melee armor, do they not get extra melee armor? Am I wrong? Stable units +1 melee armor. Oh, he didn't get the melee upgrade. That's why. Yeah, Arg doesn't even have the first melee upgrade. He's basically using the fact that he doesn't have to get it as a soft hidden food bonus. The castle... Okay, that's connected. All right. It's connected diagonally, which is why it looks weird. But this is nearing completion. We have a continuous line of walls with some sketchy spots, but it looks fine. And really, can Plotterghost maintain an army and eco lead? It doesn't help that he didn't add a third TC. You could really use another one here. And did he pick up... He did get Horse Collar at least for this farm reset that's happening as we speak. But I would really like a third TC. Still has the opportunity to add one here, especially with a little bit of map control established, although Arg added a pair of monks to try and convert the few knights that Plotter Ghost does have. He's only got 4 of them, so the 3 monks from Arg could completely flip this all the way around. The knights are a key part for Plotter Ghost's defense, and you can't really make counter monks because the weak conversion. The Teutons get an anti-conversion bonus. But Arg manages to take a good enough fight, and this is kind of what I'm talking about with the high elos, finding ways to win fights that they're kind of disadvantaged in, is that should have been Plotter Ghost's fight, or at least it should have been an even trade, and instead Arg walking away with an army lead. Currently 15-7 KD as well. Arg ignores the monk. Nope. He does send one knight off to go and pick it off. But Viscount's even, 62-62. Despite the lack of third TC from Plotter Ghost, Arg has accumulated a bit of idle time trying to keep his TCs running. The res collected lead actually is still in favor of Plotter Ghost. We'll see that start to change, I think, now that the wall is completed. And we'll double check in with Plotter Ghost's scouting, and he has not spotted even a tile of that wall yet. An option for Plotter Ghost is to go over and attack the wall. That'll draw whatever army Arg has, like, almost definitely, as Arg needs these points to progress. Anyone who played these sets by this point will have known the rough layout of the score and just how important that these games are going to be. Res collected is misleading versus Teuton with the reduced wood gun session. Oh, that's a good point too, Volcorn Kex. Yeah, the Teuton's not needing as much wood to get the same number of farms down is also a sneaky hidden res bonus, but I still think it's worth mentioning because of how efficient your economy has been. Like, your eco and macro here is excellent. It has me wondering if maybe, well, he would have made more monks then, most likely. If you could have somehow snuck out some elephants. Even now, maybe that'll you pick the monks off, go Ellies. I think you go elephant. Seems crazy, but I think that the later the game goes, the less likely Plotter Ghost is going to be able to keep pace with Arg. And elephants would give him a really strong push right now, and he has somewhat of an advantage that is going to start evaporating soon, so... I don't know, or just even Scorpions if you've been going for the bounties. I can see Plotter Ghost just kind of ignoring it, trying to get a W any way he can. This is bad. Army has been cleaned. And maybe at this point you have to go Pikeman. He's going to triple down into Knights. I don't know. Between the extra melee armor, which he isn't even using. Sometimes when you look down, it looks like you're having a nana nap when I look like this. I was looking at my phone. I looked down. And my boss messaged me saying they moved the horn.
Cheer 100.
Thank you for the dollar, McCausland. I will take that and put it in my jar of other dollars. And then eventually I will use that jar as a bludgeoning weapon to rob a bank. Okay, I won't. Mainly because the bits are virtual and I can't put them into a physical jar. In game. Oh no, I mean in Red Dead Redemption 2, Emmerich. I mean that's what I was talking about. Because it's a virtual dollar, so. I can't bludgeon anybody with a virtual dollar, I don't think, yet. Not until they release the brand new version of Bitcoin that has physical receipts. And we've just come full circle. Well, the army numbers are comparable, but ARG's up to Imp. Plotterghost is going to be up to Imp for a second. If he kept the pikeman switch hidden from ARG, maybe there'd be a chance. But ARG, what do you think? Hand cannons or skirms, chat? What do you guys think? Hand cannons or skirmishers? Or, confusingly enough, cav archers. Cav archers would be nice and confusing. I like that. Almost definitely hand cannons. Because the logical counter here for Plotterghost is pikeman. However, if Plotterghost at any point decides to start going for his bounty, then he has a very easy transition set up to Hussar and Scorpion, which would counter most of what ARG is making, I think. Alright, chemistry. Chemistry and hand cannons. Almost definitely the situation here. Honest, maybe, I think ARG just go Paladin, though. You just go Paladin. Cavalier is on the way. He's probably going to prioritize Paladin even over the hand cannons. And over chemistry. He's just prepped because he knows his opponent should be going into pikemen. Stand out patrol there from Plotterghost. Sick. I still think elephants would have actually done it here. Ironic. If he could have just kept, if he somehow had kept it hidden, maybe banked up all the stables with Ellies, and then you pop out and all of a sudden there's 40 elephants, that would be a problem for ARG. I think that's what he should have done. But I do have tons of oversight advantage as the observer, of course, and hindsight advantage as well. At the very least, ARG won't be able to just overwhelm him with the 23 Cavalier versus the 40 Knights, so maybe I'm just wrong. If this goes long enough, you know, I wish Plotterghost had somehow managed to maintain a bit better economy as we got later into Castle Age, because up until this point, really, past few minutes, he was leading in res collected. Which is the MTC? Which is the MTC? That one. Okay, good. The longer this takes for ARG to get any actual damage, the better it is for Plotterghost, since he has such an army lead. As long as he doesn't take absolutely heroic, just atrocious engagements like this one. I have no idea what he's doing here. What is he doing? Chat, why is he doing this? He's trying to he's stand ground patrolling. He's trying. You can watch the HP going up and down on the bottom left there. And I mean, it's kind of snowballing in favor of Plotterghost. ARG maybe didn't quite have the numbers that he needed. It's coming back the other way, though. No, ARG is going to get pushed back. The hand cannons will have decent output behind the Cavalier, though. The trebuchets by Plotterghost time. He should pull all of this back right now, heal it up, and go Cavalier. And instead, he's kind of just throwing it forwards. Maybe he's like, oh, I have momentum. But he had momentum to win the fight up until that point, and now he's kind of made it a lot less good. He lost like 5 knights there, 4 or 5 knights that he didn't need to. He could have had 20 fully upgraded knights right now. He needs his own hand cannons. Or ballistas, man. Ballista, make 3 or 4 ballista elephants. Like, actually. Or where the hell are the Scorps? Anything other than just knights. I'm a man who loves his knights, but this ain't working. This ain't working. Plotterghost has to be very, very happy with how he played. He played this great. He forced ARG to actually beat him. And he's got a great game to go back and watch and review or send off to it for coaching. This is one you could look at 100 times and learn something from. Probably one of the better games I've ever seen Plotterghost play, quite frankly. And he might feel disappointed with the result, but he should be super proud of how he's played. But you know who should be even more proud is ARG, who claims that bounty. Four points for ARG pushes him directly into contention for number 2, as he is now sitting at 10 points in the number 2 spot after just a single game. So he is at 10 points and is now the player to beat. Simply from that, Plotter Ghost has his work cut out for him to catch up to Arg. I don't think he's gonna do it this set. Wait, is this Plotter Ghost's last set? What is it? Yeah, this is Plotter Ghost's last set too. So he's definitely in trouble already. He's going to need to get a tier 3 bounty or 2 and a win, or he's going to need to get 2 tier 2 bounties. Right? Or a tier 2 and a tier 1. I think would also do it. Yeah, tier 2 and a tier 1, or a tier 3 and a victory. 2 tier 1s would also tie it. So Plotter Ghost, and he doesn't need a tie, he needs at least 1 more point to climb ahead of Arg. Yeah, Plotter Ghost has his work cut out for him going into game number 2. The Eco KD 9-1, General KD 109-66. There was 3 engagements that Plotter Ghost took that might have been able to go the other way with some better micro. Well played by Arg, who has built the line. We got another beautiful line built across the map. On to game 2. What do we got? Plotter Ghost used a refresh and went for buildings are stupid, win without any buildings alive at time of victory. Arg did not use a refresh. He just went for inefficient construction. All resource camps must be built touching the wrong resource and win. I think he did this last set we saw. I know that we saw that last time we saw someone attempt this, it was very, very smooth and clean. Think he got the full 12 versus Chopsticks? Who did? Togawa got the full 12 versus Chopsticks, yeah. And I think he had another set where he got like 9 or 10 as well. I feel like he had one set where he got like 2 or 3. One of the most lopsided ELO set in the tournament, but to be more fair, he also got 11 points versus the other 2K. Oh, yeah. You're talking about the Chopsticks Togawa set. Plus 2, don't forget the 2 of the Togawa Chopsticks games were close. Like Chopsticks got to the point where Togawa was probably borderline on abandoning his bounty, and the other game he wouldn't have been able to recover. He would have just lost. And Togawa doubled down on what he was doing. Chopsticks had so much momentum. I think it was game 2 of that set. That is just, if you ever want to see an actual high elo, low elo matchup where you have no idea who's going to win, that Chopsticks Dudu Zushet, Chopsticks Togawa Saki Koi set. One of the best tournament sets I've seen between split elos by far. In like 6 years I've been watching AoE 2, including every T90 video I've ever watched, unironically and without aplomb or trying to like be a better dude. That set was just fucking unbelievable. Straight up. I haven't tried to not swear too much during casting, but that one deserves it. That was a crazy game. Crazy 3 games. Interestingly, we barely ever see people abandoning bounties. More often it resigns. Yeah, it's like they can't get their bounties and they're like, okay, I can't get the bounty, I'm going to call it. Almost like they just feel like they can't fix their eco or re-macro. I wonder how much of that is just like mental, where your brain is so set up to go into one particular strategy that as soon as you have to switch over, it just feels like mental anguish and too much work, or just maybe it doesn't even feel like you can smoothly do it in your head. Because there's definitely been some situations where players probably called an early GG after losing their bounty. Let's focus in on this one, though. We got Arg going for inefficient construction. All resource camps have to be built touching the wrong resource. The last time someone did this, I think it was Arg. They got really lucky with the resources being right next to... Just like that. So Arg has at least one efficient lumber camp. That's going to help out. But it's going to be pretty hard to take those berries. For instance, the gold, you can put a mining camp here and get within 3 tiles. Stone, he's fine. Stone will be able to put a mining camp here or something. And he does have the option of building TCs wherever he wants. And for this bounty, although it isn't going to be relevant in this particular game, settlements count as resource camps. I don't think that's stated in the rules. I was hoping I was thinking that was probably obvious. Are Georgians banned from inefficient construction? No. You can go Georgians, but then you can't make any mule carts. Wait, can they make mills? Can they make mills? They can make mills, can't they? But yeah, they wouldn't be able to build a lumber camp because... Wait. Could you go Georgians and then build a mule cart touching the berries? But it's not being built. No. It isn't considered to be built because it's not a building. I don't know. I'd have to look at my notes. But yeah, they could definitely build a mill on like a gold pile or something at least. Sometimes you don't want to pick a gray area. I wouldn't like if I was doing this, I would specifically avoid Armenians and Georgians to be like, yeah, I don't know how he's going to rule on that. Poison damage will stack on that villager, chat. She's still losing HP and she is going to die to the snake, whether or not she's walled off from it or not. I think. No. Manages to squeeze the life out of that. The snake goes on its way. And the snake's poison damage stacks each time it attacks. It inflicts more and more damage drain per second. It's called poison damage. It should be called venom damage. Snakes have venom, not poisonous. Poisonous are things you eat. Venom eats you. Uh-oh, snake's coming back to finish the job. Okay, she's safe now on the other side of the wall. And it's going to path all the way around, and then she'll be able to come back in. Can you build mining camps next to straggler trees? Yes. Yes, you can. Plotter Ghost, nicely set up down here in the south, going for buildings are stupid. Win without any buildings alive at time of victory. Well, you know what? If you're up against the 2K, this one's great. Because if you're smart and quick, you might be able to pull it off when they type GG. Especially if you're keeping all of your buildings on a control group every once in a while anyways. Like if you're in the lead and you're like, okay, I think I'm winning. I'm going to try and select all my buildings, put them on a control group. Can you like drag? You can't drag select buildings, eh? But yeah, this one has a lot of freedom in how you approach it, because in theory, what you should do is you have a giant army, and you're winning and you have momentum, and then you start deleting your buildings, thinking that giant pile army is going to win you the game before the opponent's in a position where they've lost. Would be the ideal, and your push is only just getting started. Maybe would probably be the ideal timing. 2K might destroy all your buildings anyway. Just have to get him to resign afterwards somehow. Disconnect happens. He destroys all your building and then he disconnects. Do walls count as buildings? No. There is an official, if you type in ! building DEF, all one word, into the chat, it'll bring up the official building definition from the handbook. Yep. That's come up a number of times. It'll be easier than me pulling it up too. Arg manages to get in with the militia, and Plotterghost has a second series of chokes set up. It can be harder to turn them back once they turn to man-at-arms in a second. Malay get the faster uptime, so Arg able to get away with making a few extra villagers, despite the later uptiming that he chose. And it's awkward for Plotter Ghost, who's trying to go fast castle. Fast castle into what? I'm not sure. Maybe cav archers? Persians get pretty strong cav archers. They get a bonus that lets them have Parthian in Castle Age. And don't they have something else too? I thought they had another thing. I guess not. The world's most awkward stone wall is going down at the back to try to keep the men-at-arms out. There's a lot of holes here. That's the closest one to the men-at-arms for now. There's still all of these. Got a bap, 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 and a bip, bap, boop. That is low HP. Oh! Last second reaction there from Plotter Ghost. Manages to keep them out. I'm not sure. It got under 10 HP from that slice. But they'll be held at bay. Plotter Ghost wants the army out of his base. And Arg manages to win the fight against the scout there. Oh, I hope he locked that. He did.
Nice. Nice. Nice.
Making these huge walls and then abandoning them hurts me. Yeah. At least these ones are still relevant. It's just that one is the stinger. Could still come into factor later, though. Pardon me. Could still come in. I don't know what I'm trying to just try saying normal graph rate. It could still factor in later. There we go. Good job, brain. Arg seems barely bothered by his bounty. I think you just said that, so I'd have to say B a whole bunch of times in a row. That's the most inefficient thing we've seen so far. He's got this mill on this tree over here, so he can take his berries. And this is looking great up here. There's nothing wrong with any of that. It just looks normal to me. Yeah, he's got these huge walls, then he's going to chop through that. If you come at it at the right angle, if you chop this first, you can put a wall behind our house. Speaking of huge walls, Arg's adding his own, and he's working up to Castle Age. And I mean, for a while there, Plotter Ghost was getting close to Castle Age. Res looking a lot less favorable for a fast castle now. He was considering making army, I think. Players are settled in here. Game 2 of this play all three set. The final set of the evening. And the third last set of the group stage of the tournament. Finals are scheduled for Sunday. I will be back tomorrow with the last 2 games. Last 2 matches. So 6 more games to cast tomorrow. And then just not semifinals. Finals and the third place match. And then we're done. Yo, Fancy Cat Picks, how you doing? The elos are reversed. Whoops. So are the bounties. 1 second. Give it a minute. It'll fix itself. Eventually. There it is. Thank you, Paladin. So many of my tournaments have huge elo discrepancies to the point where it's actually relevant. Because like when you get up with the top 100, elos start to matter a lot less. That was probably one of my favorite things about the whole Red Bull tournament in general, is that it was based on their performance on the ladder. So there's no disputing like, oh, they only got in because they're invited. And it's like, nope, those were the top players on the ladder. With the exception of, I think it was Vinch didn't get to go, right? Can you place town centers on resources? Yes. That is, in fact, one of the only ways you can get clean resources or efficient resource gathering with this bounty. You can see Arg pulling that off right there. Yeah, town centers are not considered resource camps. It's like a lumber camp, mining camp, mill are all considered resource camps. So town centers is definitely the way for Arg to get some efficiency back. The big window for a lower elo against a higher elo that's attempting the buildings the inefficient construction bounty is going to be to pressure early. So the fact that Arg opened men-at-arms really smart is that kept Plotter Ghost hemmed up, and even now he's still debating whether or not he's going to send his knights out to try and clear them, waiting for a third one. Both players have civilizations that have faster working TCs in different ways. The Plotter Ghost's Persians, of course, just increases in speed, all technologies and everything inside, whereas the Malays specifically have the faster uptimes. There you go, the knights are going to clear the men-at-arms out. Be nice to see some forward pressure from Plotter Ghost. I'm clicking on the snake. Yeah. It's a bit unfortunate there. Plotter's going to run away from the relic right as the monk runs in to grab it. Will he notice the relic disappear? No. He's going to go for a flank around the north. This is open up here. There's a lot of spears, though. Arg has mostly been able to avoid building resource camps on the wrong resources. By building very few resource camps in general. Last few days were such an inhumane grind, though, on the Red Bull ladder. Unless your name was ACCM, am I right? That was... Spears micro into the Knights, managed to get a bunch of damage off of them. I think that guy played 40 games the whole thing. I agree with the inhumane part. They're professional AoE 2 pro players. They have to weigh their personal fatigue versus how much AoE 2 they're going to play. I don't know that anybody would manage to grind themselves into a winning position. I think most of the positioning was set beforehand, no? And then there was there not a qualifier after that anyways? I do agree it's tough, but I disagree about the inhumane. I think that's part of the gig. If you're going to be a pro esports player, there's going to be some days where you have to sit and play your esport for the entire day. I've worked to hockey tournaments where it's 14 hours straight of hockey, like 6 games in a day. I've played in a hockey tournament where I had to play 3. I had a baseball tournament once where I played 6 games in one day. 6 baseball games. There was a rain out on the Friday and we had to get the whole schedule in, so we had to play 6 games. We played 2 in the morning, we took an hour break, we played 1 in the afternoon, we played 1 late afternoon and 1 in the evening. I was done after that. Did you ever push a rock for 13 hours? Yes. When I had to move all the patio stones in my backyard. But that's not, I don't think that's what you were talking about. I only had to do that one time. Not for a living. 4 TCs for the Persian player in the south, 3 for Arg in the north. So we got 4 Persian town centers on top of that. Why is he making crossbows? He's what? Why are you making art? I guess there's so many pikemen. He's like, I gotta add some archers. I don't think I'd be going archers at this point. Cav archers, maybe. Is this a Sisyphus reference? Look, you can do whatever you want. Yeah, I'm not gonna make my joke. My joke is crude, I'm not making it. That's a lot of monks. The old men staring at the Woodvilles. Arg converted just 1. And 1 is all it takes for Arg to be irritating as he throws down an outpost immediately. And he's going to try to push Plotter Ghost. Gotta push the Persian. You can't let a Persian sit back and boom. They got faster TCs than you. Made even worse by the fact that Plotter Ghost, as I already mentioned, has 4, although he's idling his TCs quite a bit at the moment. Does he have an excuse? Yes, he doesn't have enough food. I run heavy equipment. Operate, hold the wheel. Why are you watching me instead of the heavy equipment you're operating? That's making me worried. Those rocks are gonna kill someone, smart guy. Jesus. Good to see you. Sisyphus would use a D11. Would he use a mangonel on a castle foundation? Oh. Crossbows come out, snipe the Mangoville. Big shot from Arg on the clustered crossbows. Plotter Ghost's defense was hinging on those not doing that. And they did that. Now they're dead. Arg following up with more mango shots on Plotter Ghost's castle foundation villagers. 2 mangoes there. The castle's working its way up, but it's costing Plotter Ghost an arm and a leg. And he does not have spider legs, ladies and gentlemen, which means that he does not have that many legs to be giving up. Mango mod, potato projectiles. Ooh. Mango's throwing potatoes. One day I'll get back into modding the game again. We had a couple Grath mods in the best. Potato mod would be great. Mango's throwing potatoes. I need a way to shoot potatoes. Plotter goes, calls GG once Arg hits Imp. And we're going to do a quick check over to make sure Arg didn't make any mistakes, but I don't think he did. And this is going to be a bounty claimed. This one done matter-of-factly by Arg. He goes up to 8 points off of that. Arg having a massive set here against Plotter Ghost. And that will knock out Plotter Ghost out of contention for the second place spot. And it's going to really cement Arg's position in second. And we're looking down a Arg Togawa Koi grand final after this game. We still have one more in the set. Plotter Ghost could still move into position for the third or fourth place match, which does give him an extra potential, like $50. Yeah, we'll check the rankings right now just to do some math ourselves. So Arg started this set with 6 points. He currently has 8, so he's got 14 points, man. 14 points. This one was all Arg. Plotter Ghost did not have as good showing this time compared to game 1. He did keep pace economically for the second game in a row, up to a point. And then Arg started to snowball, and he just couldn't get any damage on Arg this time. We'll go to game 3. The game flipped because Plotter Ghost wasn't really doing anything. I don't mean to be mean, but he kind of just sat back and let things happen that game, and you can't do that against someone higher than you. You have to try and take the impetus somehow. Oops, wrong button. Breaking news. Hello, I am Lubov Lubovian, and welcome to Great News. Hello, I am Lubov. Hello, I am Breaking Kneecaps. It is good to see you all as we go live to coverage of ongoing Showdown Cup. For more in-depth coverage, I go to my associate, the Bog Creature. Bog Creature.
Hello, my name is Bog Creature. I'm 23 years old, I'm single, and I'm ready to mingle.
Okay, that's... whatever, we'll take it. Back to you, Great Ring. Thanks for whatever that was. Arg here for game 3 is going to go for Archers Suck. So he's going to try to make 60 archers as the Spanish, the Bulgarians. And Plotter Ghost going for Stone Hydra, place 3 touching castle foundations, simultaneously complete the castles and keep them alive. And if he manages to pull that off against Arg, well, it'd be a hell of a thing, let me tell you. Ad is going to start in 2 minutes and 30 seconds, and then we are going to, I'm going to start the ad early. Breaking kneecaps. I actually remembered it that time. Just so you know, I'm not full of crap, because I always, whenever a streamer's just like, we're going to go to ad break, and I have no choice, and it's going to run, just so you know. So rather than have that run in the game, we're going to run that now. All right. See you guys in 90 seconds. Breaking kneecaps.
Are you tired of low-quality baseball baits giving you splinters, staining too easily, or breaking at the most critical moments? Well, come on down to Lubov's slightly used baseball bait emporium, where we stock only the most reliable of baseball baits.
What do you mean by reliable, Lubov?
Don't ask questions.
Okay.
Our baseball baits are portable, rugged, and proven to withstand whatever abuse you can throw at it, or whatever you can throw at it to abuse.
Do they come with a warranty, Lubov?
Don't ask questions. Plus, now, our baseball baits incorporate all new technology, researched from the top scientists of baseball bait. Come this week only and buy 3 baseball baits for the price of 1 kneecap. Lubov's lightly used baseball bait emporium. You might not be able to walk, but you will be able to smile.
Oh, but Lubov, where are you located?
Don't ask questions.
If this is your first time on the channel, is this you? Well, good news, Jimmy, because I've got an explanation that shows you exactly how this channel works. All you gotta do is click down here on Wheeler's Sack. Scroll through the list of available memes, pick the one you want to see pop up on screen, and click. And you can react to whatever's happening on screen. Isn't that great, Jimmy? Alan! But wait, there's more. No, actually, no, there isn't. That's about it. Memes by Grathrang.
Crazy to think how far we've come in the tournament. Let's get started with game 3. Arg in the West this time, playing as the Bulgarians for Archers Suck 3. Win is Spanish Bulgarians with 60 foot archers alive. If he tries to do that, this game will go late, I'll tell you. Place 3 touching castle foundations simultaneously, complete the castle, keep them alive, and win a level 2 bounty for Plotter Ghost. They have to go down at the same time, the 3 foundations, and they have to touch. They are allowed to touch at the corners. That's acceptable. But they have to be touching each other. And you know, we could have a worse enemy map layout to try to drop 3 castles on, as there's a big nasty hill right at the front of Arg's base that's begging for 3 castles on it, isn't it? Would you guys agree? Does the tourney divvy up the elos a little? So the way it worked, Emmerich, for the group when we had the first round of the group stage, it was a lot easier because there was more opponents to. But the way it worked is everybody got 1 opponent that was a higher elo, 1 opponent the same, and 1 a lower elo opponent. The 2 extremes, the lowest and the highest elos, had 2 games against people their same elo instead of an additional high elo match or low elo match. And they all got stuck into like 3 brackets: the high elo bracket, the mid elo bracket, and the low elo bracket. So, and the other way that it's balanced is the higher elos, when they play a person from a lower bracket, so a high elo playing a mid or a low, or a mid playing a low, they only get level 3 bounties to try to do. So if they want extra points, then they have to do something particularly crazy. And that has led to excellent balance in the tournament, as a matter of fact. Low elos having chances they would never normally have, and also getting the opportunity to play high elos in a competitive context. Although the high elos are all doing some crazy shit, they're still ultimately trying their hardest to do that thing. which means you're getting an opponent at full effort and full pressure and not getting, like, I don't know, babied. So a very unique opportunity for any of the low elo players in the tournament to play a high elo player in a actually super competitive context rather than them. I mean, most likely, if you're a 1600 and you somehow queue into a 2K1 on the ladder, which does happen sometimes, they're probably going to meme on you somehow. If you're lucky, they'll play you straight up and just smoke you like anybody else. But there's a good chance that they're going to, like, I don't know, try to do a villager all in or wall in your entire base or build a wonder or something stupid. Well, now instead they have to do those things. Arg's done a good job of playing this straight up, though. You can tell that the full effort from Arg is here. The bounty points versus Plotter Ghost are worth just as much against anyone else. And all the players had an opportunity against the low elo to try and get some extra points. It does look like all the high-lows have progressed to the final round, but we still have one wild card match, which is going to be Chopsticks and Volkorn Kex. Either player capable of taking enough points off the other one to have an effect on the standings. So that could be good. Chopsticks is a notoriously difficult player. He was the lowest elo ranking going into the second group stage, but he had the most bounty points, as he capitalized on his games versus his low and mid elo opponents, and I think he even stole a point off of a high elo, if I'm recalling correctly. I think one of them was against someone 1600 and he got like a bunch of bounties claimed against them. And I know for a fact, someone informed me that he's been practicing like crazy and his elo shot up 200, 300 elo above what he started the tournament with as a result of grinding. He also claims the bounties have helped him improve since it forces him into different play styles, makes him be more aggressive, and gives him an opportunity to review his games in a competitive context. But yeah, there's a bunch of high elos that did not make it in over like a couple of 1300s and 1600s. And the tournament's purpose is not to find who the best player at Age of Empires 2 is. There's lots of tournaments to figure that out. In different contexts, whether they're best at map, at water, or nomad, or whatever, sudden death. This is specifically about who's the best at bounties, claiming bounties off of a somewhat unsuspecting opponent, which is a different skill set ish. Not really. It still comes down to how good you are at manipulating the game, and I feel like game sense, lower elos with higher game sense tend to do a lot better. They'll be able to sense when their opponent shouldn't be pushing, or should be pushing but is, or vice versa, and take advantage of it. And that's how we've seen the few games that we have had. I think it was 4 or 5 throughout the tournament where the low elo actually beat the higher elo. One of them was Latashek actually over Duduju, probably denying Duduju his spot in first or second place even. Yeah, strategic bounty selection. Being able to read your state in the group stage, in the tournament, in the rankings, and what your opponent is likely to do with their attempts. And in particular, being able to, I would say also, like for instance, this game exactly that we're watching right now. Plotter Ghost, he sees Bulgarians. You have got to be thinking that he's going for the Archer Civ, I think. There might be 1 or 2 other bounties, either the Archer bounty or the TC bounty. I said Civ, I meant bounty. He's got to be going for the make a bunch of archers or make a bunch of town centers bounty. That's what I would be thinking if I was Plotter Ghost in red. Plus, on top of that, Volkorn Kex, some people figure out a particularly good or unique strategy with a bounty, right? It just seems to work really well. And Plotter Ghost getting some nice efficiency from the single mule cart here, both on the gold and his lumber camp. And stops him from having to make another one, because he's using another one to go and gather the hair that were way out there. Not much aggression from Arg so far, but he is adding some scouts. He's got 2 out and 2 more in queue. Plotter Ghost has some archers and spears. I'm really hoping we see a bit of aggression from Plotter this time. Cannot afford to sit back. The earlier in the game it is, the more likely you are to be able to find enough damage to kill the opponent. One of the strongest openings you can do against the higher elo is Man-at-Arms, because you have so much potential damage so early in the game, and you're at the stage where your opponent has had the least amount of time to be more efficient than you, gather more resources than you, and make more army than you. So I really think a Drush or Man-at-Arms opening from low elos makes sense if they're able to actually handle the micro alongside their macro. That's a weak spot for you. Maybe consider an FC. Scouts are going to come and poke the berries. There's no spear waiting there. It's the type of thing that I mean. Is there really... I don't know where that's... Where's the spear? Where is he? He's gone forwards with the archers with it. I see. Well, he needs another one. He's got food and wood. There's no reason to not have another spear, especially now you know the opponent's going scouts. Should be an instinct. Well, the archers have done the job of drawing Arg back. He should have been microing that spear and trying to kite it towards the archers. Let the archers' DPS work. Arg gonna come out and pick off the archers. But I like the aggression. I like what Plotter Ghost is doing. I'm just gonna draw a parallel between this game and a game where a high elo will be playing a high elo. This is much more like similar play to what that would look like, even with losing the units. But again, I want that spear back here. And this time, this has to ignore this group of scouts. This has just got to go forwards, like right now. We can't afford to sit there. In fact, Arg is already almost closed. We've got 2 spots to go and hit. He's trying to hunt the scouts down. Why? You gotta bring them to the opponent's base. Arg isn't even reacting? Wow. I mean, the fact that he got the 1 scout and took so much HP off the other 2 honestly makes that worth it. And it's looking a lot better for Plotter Ghost here. And again, I go back to the less time the game has been running, the less chance for more efficiency you have. Right now, Arg has a simple 40 res lead and 8 seconds idle time lead. This is a really solid position so far for Plotter Ghost, provided he goes forwards. Thank you. This one, you boom into late game and you just play with minus, I'm assuming you mean minus 60 pop. Yeah, you just stick the archers at the back of your base. Someone did attempt that earlier. Was that one of the games? Well, that was a close game that could have gone either way versus a high and a low elo, where they were basically playing with like 140 total pop and the archers sitting in a corner at the back of their base. And that was a wild back and forth. I can't remember which game that was. That was one of the crazy games we've had with the elo splits. It's perfect. My voice is dying on the last game of the night. Perfect. We're almost there. In Plotter's position, play with plus 60 pop. How's he going to get plus 60 pop? Does he have something that I don't know about? Oh yeah, mounted units take less pop space. That's right. Is that a bonus or a tech? It's a tech, though. It's an imp tech. I kind of missed the big long marathon streaming days we were doing. the 8-9 hour streams with the like 9 sets in one day or whatever. I am also thankful that I don't have to do that. Too bad this didn't come forwards earlier when Arg was walling. He had the army he needed to break in and maybe even hold it open, and Arg hadn't even he hadn't even made skirms yet. Now he's got skirms he can defend. Plotter Ghosts should just run home. Tiger's getting involved. Casting is thirsty work, yeah. People don't tell you that when you breathe out, you're actually breathing out liquid. Every breath you take, this is how you dehydrate, is simply by breathing out, other than the obvious way. But other than sweating or, you know, number one. Piss. I have a brain of an 8-year-old right now. This is what happens if I go too long without swearing. We need more Trailer Park. I gotta watch Trailer Park Boys after this and get my swearing muscle back in shape. Well, don't I also intake liquid? No, your lungs do not absorb moisture from the air. They only excrete it. I think your nose can trap a little bit. I believe that's one of the reasons you're supposed to breathe in through your nose when you're working out. I was singing in my head, singing Every Breath You Take. I'll be watching you.
Get your arse.
Dream on. Dream on. There you go. That'll fix it. Uh-oh, did I break the stream? No. You did not. Refresh. The stream's broken? Why are you guys saying F? Yeah, you're welcome. Oh, you're on a... What time is it? 9 o'clock. Okay, good night. Testing. Testing. I've no dropped frames. We back? I paused the game so you wouldn't miss anything. Restream says it's up. YouTube is up. Twitch says it's up. Consider refreshing in case there's some delay that's kicked in. But I think we're good. Ooh, and Arg is going to be keeping his archers in the back of his base, it looks like. Sorry about that, chat. I literally have no idea what that one was. I had power issues way back. Delayed the start of the stream by about an hour, but... You can hear me, but the chat died too. Thought the crash was on my end. Now we back. I'm trying to keep exciting casting low-key until we're sure everyone's returned. Exciting casting. This is like watching paint dry. Oh my god. It's like watching paint dry, except the paint has been painted the second time, and you're like, why is there more paint on this wet paint? I just want it to dry so I can go back to my beaver dam. Damn it, Barry, I told you to watch that wall dry. What are you doing? Man, I just wanted to watch some Age of Empires 2, you stupid fucking mangonel. I gotta watch it a wall dry. You blame Ricky? Why would Ricky crash everything? That shouldn't crash anything. I hate when Grathrang turns into the beaver character. Well, you know what? If you don't like it, go fuck yourself. Wait, nobody said that? I need some new characters. Beaver. Barry used to be like... I don't even remember how he started. What his purpose was. Lubov was supposed to threaten to break my kneecaps if I didn't scout or do things. Barry was going to threaten to flood my house. I think Barry was designed as a counter. Wait, Barry was first. Yeah, I don't remember anymore. I can't remember why I decided to bring those guys on. It's been so long. They've just been a part of things for so long. Were we gone again? Is the YouTube stream still working? Hold on. Yeah, YouTube stream's working. It's Twitch, dude. You know what, guys? I just want to get this done. We're so close to this being friggin' over. I'm just gonna send you guys over to YouTube at this point. It's working on Twitch again, guys. I'm gonna soldier on here since it seems to be a specific Twitch issue. So you guys, they can't hear me saying this, but you click the link, come over to YouTube. Well, I should actually write in the chat since they can't hear me. You can keep chat. You can keep the Twitch chat open. That chat seems to be fine. No idea why only the Twitch stream would go down and not the YouTube stream. That's truly strange. Blame Canada. Blame Canada. No thanks. No thanks. I don't want cav archers in my base. How do I throw a potato here? Asks YB8309. I don't know if the commands are supposed to work on YouTube, but I don't think they do. Why did you attack again with Ricky? You think that's gonna fix it? Alright, well, the good news is this will be good for the YouTube algorithm. Everybody push like that's watching on YouTube. Help the algorithm. Yeah, Twitch looks like it's up again.
Welcome to the 135 pathetic humans now entering from Daniela_AOE.
Holy shit.
Stream. You shall be destroyed.
You're just in time for Twitch eating absolute crap as my stream keeps crashing on Twitch for no apparent reason. Well, welcome in. Thank you for the raid, Daniela. We got Plotter Ghost playing as the Georgians in the East. This is the Showdown Cup. Players are assigned a challenge before every single game. They don't know what each other's challenges are. And if they manage to complete it, they get extra points. The points are, it's a group stage. So whoever has the most points moves on, not whoever has the most wins. And I'm going to switch the beeps off, chat. There's too many people. Are you sure it's not Capture Age? That's crapping out? No, it's a 100. Capture Rage is so terrible recently. I don't know if you can tell. I'm on a 2 PC setup and it still looks like this. Just stupid. But no, it's Twitch, man. Twitch just, I know because I'm live, I'm simul streaming to Twitch and YouTube, and the YouTube stream was unaffected. Now, Capture Rage is it just keeps getting worse in terms of optimization. Like this is a 2080 Super on a 6-core CPU. And this is what it looks like. Just exchange a kidney for a G. You have to go to 2 PCs, Danielle. You have to go to 2 PCs so that you can insulate yourself from the crashes, because that hurts you as a streamer more than the... Like, if this PC crashes, it's not so bad. If my stream PC crashes, it's a disaster, right? So just bite the bullet, and I don't even know if I can't even advise... Actually, no, I can't even suggest that. PCs are so expensive now, you literally can't even do that, because you're going to spend $800 on a second PC, and it's still going to run like this. Like... Yeah, I don't know. I cast... I think like half a dozen games, maybe like 10 games one day, without Capture Rage. And I just went back to like vanilla casting because it's so crappy. So I don't want to throw Capture Rage under the bus too much, but it certainly is the least optimized it's been in my experience. Like, I would not even... I've been thinking about trying it on my 4090 because I got a new CPU, but there's just no way it'll run any better. And then I'll have the issue where if it crashes, the whole PC crashes. I only have 1 kidney left. Well, now I'm not a scientist, but I think that if you cut it in half, then it grows into 2 separate kidneys. I believe you could do that with at least some organs, so maybe that applies to kidneys too. I'm not sure. Don't take my advice on that. But perhaps that's a way forwards. Yeah, 2080 Super and a Ryzen 2600. With 32 gigabytes of RAM, and it runs like this. Should be fine. Don't joke with kidneys, please. Okay. Sorry, wizard. I didn't realize that you were a kidney advocate. Alright, focus in here. Focus in. We got crazy stuff happening. Archers suck is the name of the bounty here that Arg has to do. He has to make 60 archers and keep them alive, and then win the game with 60 of them alive. Plotter Ghost has to have 3 touching castles built simultaneously. So he has to put 3 foundations down. The foundations have to be touched. They all have to be built. They have to survive, and he has to win. So it sounds like a lot more. But in testing, the Stone Hydra bounty that Plotter Ghost is doing was completed like, I think, 30% of the time or 40% of the time. So it ended up on the level 2 tier. So Plotter Ghost, even though we have this huge elo discrepancy, the biggest elo swing we've seen in the tournament was a 2300 up against a 1690, I think. And the 1690 managed to pull a bounty off against the higher elo because they got locked in on their win conditions, their bounty conditions. So if Arg wants to play this safely, for instance, he's basically going to be playing with a 60 population deficit if he decides to keep all of his archers at the back and not try and use them as part of his army. And it looks like that's the way he's going to try and play this, as it's more safe. Plus, the first 2 games of this set, Arg managed to close up with 8 points. They have a memory leak, so if you feed it its more VRAM, it's going to consume it. I restart Capture Rage after every game now. It's one of the only ways to get it to sort of be smooth. Literally every game. It's ridiculous. 3 minutes till Arg is in Imperial Age. Plotter Ghost has some time here. He actually has an age advantage and a village lead on a higher elo opponent. And this is the type of crazy stuff that we've seen in this tournament. You guys are actually in it for a great game to get a good idea of the kind of weird situations that you would normally never see. Well, here's one right here. I mean, normally, I'm sure Arg would have, I would guess, Cav archers maybe as the Bulgarians, seeing as he's making those anyways. And he'd have like 60 of them by now, right? And the game would just be over. Arg would be bulldozing Plotter Ghost. But Arg's so fixated on trying to get to his win conditions that he's trying to put together some sort of army that'll actually be able to prevent a snowball from the incoming Georgian spam. And I really think Plotter Ghost sitting back way too much here. Way too much. Like you have a window of opportunity against someone that's better than you. You don't know what he's doing. You can assume Bulgarians and Spanish are very commonly picked and used for this bounty, and not a lot of other ones in the tournament. So if you see the Bulgarians, you're probably thinking it's either this or the build 30 town centers bounty that exists. There's 103 bounties total in the tournament. So lots of variety, and the term that's been flying around is bounty synergies. We have, for instance, there's a make only scouts bounty and a make only camel scouts bounty. So those two have bad bounty synergy. This one, not really too much between the two stipulations. I don't think. I don't see any sign of Plotter Ghost going for his 3 castles, though. I don't know if he's actually intending on even attempting it, or is just going to try and steal a single point off of the higher elo opponent. So Georgians Cav Archers will heal. Bulgarians just get almost fully upgraded minus the last Pierce armor. Army number is obviously going to favor Plotter Ghost for this engagement. Arg's going to have to use those archers if he wants to win, and he may have waited too long. It's way too easy to just start spewing cavalry out as the Georgians in post-imp. And are we about to watch an upset match here? Is Plotter Ghost going to actually win this one? Arg's pulling the Cav Archers back. I mean, Arg could just abandon his bounty too. He doesn't have to go get this. It'd be really good for him just to add one more point here even. Certainly better than losing it. And he's losing the Cav Archer mass. I don't know why these Cav Archers aren't getting involved in this fight, but it's making this a lot more palatable for Arg to take that engagement, especially with the hill he was able to camp. TC also doing some help with some extra arrow fire there, though not much now that +4 is in for Plotter Ghost. Could really use that second attack upgrade. Maybe a forward castle too. He has the stone for it. He might be banking the stone for the stone Hydra, though. We'll have to see. That is so many Cav Archers for the Georgian. Twitch is dead again? Lovely. Lovely. I'll give it a minute and see if it comes back. Just unbelievable. Right at like a peak part of the game. Okay, I refreshed and it looks like it's working on Twitch. So if you're hearing this, try refreshing. I'm gonna keep going because I got casting momentum. I want to stick with it here. And also, I want to like feel the momentum here from Plotter Ghost in real time. Try and get a sense of how Arg's going to deal with it. So heavy Cav Archer versus regular Cav Archer. Still no second upgrade there for Plotter Ghost. Oh, I just realized Georgians still get Pierce Armor on their Cav Archers. Do they get Thumb Ring? They don't get Thumb Ring? Ah, that's an easy win for Arg if he actually manages to get his numbers up a bit. It's going to come down to can the Manaspa and the Aznori Cavalry. Oh, man. Maybe there is some bounty synergy here. I hadn't really, it's simply because of the Georgian selection, giving a Plotter Ghost access to basically more pop space to make even more army against Arg, who already is limited. He's still more than a dozen archers short of his bounty goal, too. He needs another 13. He might be trying to hold off and use as much army as he can before trying to pop them out at the last second when he feels like he has the impetus in the game. But the trebuchets from Plotter Ghost, they aren't going backwards. They're going forwards. Not gonna lie, I'm pissed at Twitch. I don't like YouTube for streaming. Yeah, it's not great. Both are imperfect options. YouTube does have better bitrate, but only if you're feeding them the better bitrate. And then Twitch has just a general better UI and user experience as a chatter, so there's really no winning there. Yeah, I kind of agree, guys. I don't want people to see my likes or... Right? You shouldn't be able to see what someone else is following. Twitch even got rid of that back when you could see what another person was watching, like what streamer they were watching. They got rid of that. Oh, you're Ray. Okay, ROM tests. Yeah, guys, if you're having problems on Twitch, try YouTube. I'm going to keep streaming to Twitch, but I'm just not going to... There's not much I can do, and this game is too far in to stop. Grand Finals, if somehow you are hearing this message, Grand Finals are on Sunday. And right now it's looking like an Arg to Kawasaki Koi matchup, a 2K4 and a 2K4, so that'll be High skill level there. It'll be a play all 5. You won't figure out my Twitch name, Julian Zuvela? Yeah, I have no idea who you are, Zuvela. Man, there's so much momentum for Plotter Ghost. Arg is doing a good job of keeping the production up of his army, but he just doesn't have enough, like a starting army to be able to hold with the archers there. You know what he could do, though? He could take the archers on a flank and maybe try to raid with them in the back of Plotter Ghost's base. That way he could actually get some value out of them. Either that or it's time to... It might actually be... We're seeing Arg refusing to abandon the bounty.
Two pickoffs recently that caught my interest, caught baseball's interest, so let's break them down.
What is you? I hear YouTube somewhere.
Line, we can buy this hat that I'm wearing.
I heard John Boy start playing on YouTube. Imagine a John Boy breakdown of an AoE 2 game. That's how we'll know that AoE 2 is made. As soon as John Boy does a breakdown of like 2 players like talking to each other on the stage or something after a game, then we'll know AoE 2 is made it as an esport for sure. Anyways. Chad, he has no idea who we are. Time to be terrible people. He can only ban us here. For every person I am forced to ban on YouTube, I'll ban 10 randomly on Twitch. Wait, that might encourage it even more. Never mind. He's got 55 heavy cav archers and 30 hussars. Is that enough to overwhelm the skirms and cav archers of Arg? I'm thinking yes, even with the hill. Arg's doing a heck of a job taking good fights, but it can only last so long here. And his numbers have once again been worn down a whole bunch. Plotter Ghost with 3 trebuchets trebbing the castle. Arg will likely set those to... No, he popped the villas inside, actually. Look at all the cav archers that Plotter Ghost has. This is looking really good for Plotter. This is why I love this tournament so much. This is why I love these settings with the bounties and the show match. You get this ridiculous elo swing that should never be possible. And yet you have the 2K5 playing likely as hard as he can to make this happen. Like, I really doubt that Arg is taking his foot off the gas pedal here at all. He's trying to win this game. It's just with the conditions, it's nigh on impossible. Plotter Ghost, to his credit, has played excellently throughout this set. We saw just how good his macro was in the first 2 games as he was keeping pace with Arg. Arg was forced each time to actually take good fights and win the actual match as opposed to just out-macroing an opponent and spamming whatever at him. But Arg is getting the archers involved now. He has no choice. He either wants their pop to go away or he wants them to try to kill the opponent, and I think this might just be Arg's last stand. Plotter Ghost. Did he not make the stone Hydra? Does he have enough stone for 3 castles? I don't know. Not right now. Arg calls the GG, and Plotter Ghost is going to steal a game off an opponent almost 1,000 elo higher. Really impressive from Plotter Ghost. He has got to be stoked at that. That'll stay on his record for all time now. I am not going to push the bounty failed button for Plotter Ghost. Even though I have fancy graphics or whatever, we don't need it because I don't want to take away from Plotter Ghost's awesome achievement here, winning a game against an opponent he does not have business taking even a single point off of. And he managed it. And props to Arg for sticking to his bounty condition. Honestly, sticking to it so hard probably cost him the game. If he had eased off the bounty condition and switched back into army and then tried to add it later or something, or even gone on maybe a raid with the archers, it could have worked out. This whole side is open. Now, the Georgian player does have some fortified church, so that might have been weighing against his decision to do that, and he felt locked into keeping them at the back, but boy, what a game. Excellent game of AoE 2. It's fantastic set. One of the better elo swing sets that we've had. Yeah, and props to Arg for actually putting the archers on a final stand and trying to do something with them and not just calling it. Really, really good set. I apologize to everybody that was watching on Twitch. Got interrupted so many times. Just absolutely atrocious server problems that they seem to be having right now. So I'm sorry about that. I hope everybody that came over to YouTube enjoyed, or anybody that watches in the VOD enjoyed. Before we call it a night, and that is tonight, I'm going to do two things. We're all the way down to 23 viewers on Twitch. We had a 130 viewer raid. We only have 20 watching. Brother, Twitch is just fucked. That's crazy. Okay, before I go, why don't I run the short highlight reel to give some of the new folks that came in a good idea of how the tournament, some of the highlights from the tournament, and I'll try to get the scores entered in. Puku, thank you very much.
They say another month sub to Graph doing his reject.
Thank you.
Salute enjoying Showdown Cup Graph Hype Graph Bongo.
I'm glad Hongo? I'm glad Haquando. I don't know how Haquando turned into Hwongo. Much appreciated. There's more than 20 in the chat at least. Again, I'm not doing any of this for views at all. I'm running these settings because I freaking love watching these games, man. The fact that we actually have created a scenario where someone 1,000 elo lower has a chance against a higher elo in a game is just... That is like, has been my vision since I started doing this, is figure out a way to have it be fair, fun, interesting to watch. It took so long to get to this, so it's really coming together. Let's run the highlight reel, and then we'll get the scores up from this game on the leaderboard. I don't know if Chip will win, but I think they'll do the bounty. All right. You're not going to get over the prediction button. It's pretty sweet. Oh! You'll be able to counter castle in a minute. You could probably buy a castle if you had a market. Yeah, he has a market. You should buy a castle and castle this foundation right now before... Her name's Greg. She's a castle technician. Her name's Greg. She's a castle... Now, of course, I am going to have to permanently ban Arg from the channel for doing this with a non-mangonel sieve. So I'm sorry, Arg. It's been a good run. The time for spear destruction has come. Kill the farms. Arg knows what he's got to do to make this happen. He is so close. And Togawa can't like delete his TC to deny the bounty even if he knows what's coming because that's his MTC. The castle drop is the building that finishes the dumbest wall. A ton of the scorpions. Deals a pile of damage on top of that. And there's another huge shot. Plotterghost just took out, I think, 9-8 scorpions there with a single volley from that mango, and the rest are all going to go down. Sees the foundation going down, though, and Aladashek wants to engage where the main army, the longbows, there's Vils. This is going to be an interesting fight no matter what happens. The Vils being pulled back, more throwing axemen come in, and actually we got throwing axemen taking out longbowmen, something that should never happen.
Alan!
Okay, I'm just going to quickly grab Arg's 2 completed bounties here for the spreadsheet, and then we'll see how that affects the standings, and we'll call it a night.
Alan!
Game 1, he had I Draw the Line, and Game 2 was Inefficient Construction was the one I couldn't remember. Yeah, you know what? Game 2 was kind of a flop. It was made up by how good Game 1 but in context with watching how Plotterghost performed against the higher elo, it was still a rather impressive game. He just didn't have any kind of response, but his macro was on point that game. So 0 for Plotterghost and 8 for Arg. And I gotta mark this as complete, and then it'll pop up. What do we got? Show me the money. And Arg jumping up to 2nd place. And that is going to push Duduju and Lighty into 3rd and 4th. Lighty still has 1 set left tomorrow against Volkorn Kex. There are only 2 sets left in the second group stage. I'm going to cast both of them tomorrow. They need to be finished by tomorrow. So that'll be Volcorn Kex versus Lighty and Chopsticks versus Volcorn Kex. Some point it'll update itself there. Okay, anything else I want to look at here? Oh yeah, Volcorn Kex with 2 sets to go. Obviously could climb all the way into second place even with even like a couple points against Lighty and some points on Chopsticks. And Chopsticks, if he picked up 12 points against Volcorn, would still not make it into first or second, but could still find himself in the bronze medal match. Lighty, really the one to watch, the 2 to watch tomorrow are going to be Lighty and Volcorn Kex. That is the what we are going to be looking to see. The final 2 are going to play a championship play all 5. I guess it might be a best of 5. It'll be a play all 5, and if we need one more match to determine the winner, then we'll add another match if we need to. I think if we have to do a play all, like if I cast all 5 games, then we still don't have a winner. Then if the players aren't both in chat and able to play a game, then we'll have a 1 game that gets played to decide the ultimate winner. That'll be hilarious if that happens. It'll be like a stream for 1 game. But there's nothing else I could do about that. It'd be tough to end up tied from a play all 5. I think it's technically possible, but it'd have to be a very odd combination of bounties claimed and wins for that to occur. So we're just gonna take our chances and hope that doesn't happen. The 4 current qualified players are the 4 of the highest ELO players. So if people were worried about the skill not factoring in, it has definitely come into bear here as we are closing things out. Yeah, bounty shootout basically. Maybe we just have them. Well, yeah. Well, then we'll have one more set between them, and the first person to claim a bounty, we'll have them play another play all 5, and the first person to claim a bounty gets it or something. I'll figure that out. Hopefully we don't have, it doesn't come to that. But that is it for today. I will be back tomorrow around hopefully 19 GMT, depending on when these guys decide to play their games. They have until midnight GMT to get them complete. So the absolute latest that I would be starting would be midnight GMT. So hopefully earlier than that. That's, yeah, a sudden death wallflower only. I kind of like that. That's a good enough suggestion. I might just take it. I really like that. All right, I'm going to find someone to send you guys off to. Hopefully the Twitch servers are being a bit more cooperative for them. I'm going to send you to Jammin'.
Nice.
I'll send you guys off to Jammin'. Thank you guys for watching on Twitch, on YouTube, wherever you guys managed to find me. And I hope everybody has a great night. Thanks to all the support that we had today. We had a bunch of subs come in, and it was really nice to see. What the hell, Grath? I'm 90% into logging into my YouTube account. I don't know what to tell you. Grath, I forgot to talk about NHL playoffs. Fancy cat picks. You should go back and watch the summary of my team's game 7 that I did after the first set today in the VOD. Because we watched along the highlight reel from the tournament, or from the playoffs that my team's in. They just won the conference finals last night. They got game 1 of the championships for the OJHL tomorrow against Newmarket, or on Saturday against Newmarket. That's it, guys. Enjoy Jammin'. I'm sending you to Jammin'. He's a nice guy. I will see you tomorrow for more Showdown Cup.
And it's gone.
I'm in danger.
Emotional damage.
Yes.